Alright, looks like we're live. So, it's been a week since I've streamed, and today is a weird time, so I'm trying something new to hopefully stream at a time where more of Europe can tune in. I realize it's still kind of late there, but it's hopefully a little bit earlier, but we'll see how that goes. Today is the 27th of July in 2019. And I don't really have a plan for what I want to work on today, so I'm just gonna go through my a recap of what I've done over the last week, and then I know I need to fix this because I just figured out I broke something a couple minutes ago. But I'll start with that, and we'll see where that goes. Last week what we worked on was some stuff for pre-commit, which makes auto-update work better in a couple of situations. One of those is in non-shallow clones, the other is with... it works better with shallow clones, and it also now works with non-master branches. And we also implemented a new feature, which will land in the next version of pre-commit, which is this template dir thing. Which lets you automatically get started with pre-commit whenever you clone a repository. So that's that. And I did some other like minor stuff since then. So like I ported our chatbot command to the IRC channel that I hang out in, and so now there's a still command in that channel. And I did a little bit of work in like internal refactoring on talks, and so maybe we'll do some more stuff there. But yeah, that's the plan for today. So let me get to fixing this thing in talks first. So right now, do I have Python 3.4 installed? No. This needs to be sudo. Install that, but while that's running, we can still do this other thing. So right now, there's one test that's failing, and it's the test that I just modified. What is that test called? Like test provision something or another? Where's the little clicky thing? Oh, here we go. That's what I want. The little clicky thing. That's a great description for the link that I was looking for. But I broke a test here, and we accidentally merged it. Whoops. Test provision missing. Okay, so, for instance, in Python 3.8, we'll try and run this test, which is where it was failing here. And, in theory, it will still be failing, and I'll see if I can fix it. But the long story of this is, and this is, I'm pretty salty about this. So there's this library called PyParsing, which is one of the de facto parsing library that a lot of things use. And like it gets used by the library called packaging, which is the basis for how pip does like versions and requirements and all that other stuff. So packaging uses PyParsing, and for whatever reason, there was a 2.4.1 patch release, which contained features and 3 breaking changes in a patch release, which is just like, what are you doing? Like, oh. Don't break things in patch releases, please. This should have been 2.5.0, and even though it was 2.5.0, it should have been like a little bit more carefully thought out. But anyway, so 2.4.1 got pushed, and that broke like a bunch of things in packaging. Well, it didn't actually. I don't think it actually broke anything in packaging. It just makes this really annoying warning show up whenever you use it. Yeah, this thing. This shows up everywhere now. Which is just like complaining about how this parse tree or parse token thing, I don't know. I'm not gonna try and pretend to understand what the warning is about, because it's just, it reads like nonsense to me. Warn ungrouped name tokens in collection. Setting results name marker on and expression collides with original and on contained expression. What is that? I'm not gonna try and understand. But anyway, this was released as 241, which already is like off to a bad start. Then they deleted this release from PyPI, which broke everyone who had already started installing it, because it's a fairly popular package, so lots of people had upgraded and then pinned to 241. So now all those people were broken, because they can't install 241 anymore. And then it was republished as 2411. To like try and fix that, but republishing as a different version doesn't really fix that problem. But... And 2411 doesn't contain the fixes for the stuff that PyParsing is hitting. Or not PyParsing, packaging is hitting. Which is, in theory, going to land in 242. Which this is the thing that that I'm interested in. This is the problematic warning thing here. But we'll try and fix that. But anyway, so I put a workaround in talks to not install those broken versions because it broke the test in Python 3.4 only for some reason. I think due to like import ordering or something or another, or like package version. I'm not actually sure why it only broke in... Oh, you know what it is? I bet the latest version of packaging doesn't support Python 3.4, and so an older version causes a different import order or something? I don't know. Either way, like, this was necessary to fix the test in Python 3.4, but apparently this syntax breaks every other test, so gotta fix that. I suspect there's kind of two ways I can approach this. One of them is making this not an error, because I think it shouldn't be an error. I'm not exactly sure, but we will try and reproduce this and then go from there. I want to say, what is this? Depends? That's not what I want. Requires. Does anything use requires in here? No. It's at the top level. And set that there. Requires equals, let's just pick any old package. I should be running, I'm running my system version of talks, which is, what is going on here? Oh, my extension is broken again. Config object has no attribute pip extensions. What's going on here? I guess I'll just uninstall that. Talks, pip extensions. I don't really want to debug that right now, but should probably record this stack trace. this reproduction simpler. It should probably be enough to reproduce it. So I'll take that reproduction. I'll probably fix this some other time, but at least I'll have it there to fix. Yeah, I wonder why. I mean, I think it's probably because I'm ping-ponging this attribute from one plugin to another, and it's not expecting this to be ready at this point. So I'll probably have to adjust how this setting gets set. But that'll be for another day. Well, maybe we'll do this later. Who knows? Find a bug while fixing a bug. This just always happens. But anyway, we'll leave that over here in case we want to look at that. I'm gonna make a virtual environment that has the Tox things installed inside of it, and I'll use that instead of my global Tox to actually test the changes that I'm doing. Why does this show up on the path twice? Does my path include my home directory twice? Once here, and once here. What? Why did that happen? So this gets set there. Is there something in like Etsy bash RC? Where is that coming from? So where's cargo coming from? Oh, is it this file? Oh, I bet it's this file. The profile is executed by the command interpreter for login shells. So this is the thing that calls bash RC, I guess. Oh, and this is where it this is where it double sets my home bin. Okay. I guess it's harmless, it's just a little bit weird. And this is where cargo has mutated this file. This is great. Okay, whatever. Do I even have cargo installed? Oh, I do. Okay, fine. Okay. But anyway, which talks? So these are those annoying warnings again that I was talking about. It's just could not find a version. What? No setup.py found. Scarlet says, "Hi, Hacker Man. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty all right." This is one of those mornings where I was up way too late last night and woke up still a little bit tipsy, which was a mess. But other than that, I'm doing fine. My friend is in town from New York, and so we went out to do some Korean barbecue, which was real good. I was out way later than I wanted to be because I did a dumb thing and left my backpack in the restaurant, and the restaurant was like a 30-minute car ride from my home. So I had to take a lift back and forth from San Mateo to Oakland in the middle of the morning. But fortunately I got my bag back, so that was good. Error. Break infinite loop. This is an even different error message than I saw before. Interesting. Ensure requires satisfied. That seems like the problem. Alright, let's see what we've got here. Is the breakpoint built in? Let's see why this is broken. Oh. We will install future breakpoint and then use the breakpoint built in. Let's see. Requirements. Require 0. So this is the first pass through. Or not. Break infinite loop. If within provision and missing requirements. Oh, so it's right down here. So we really need to, at this point, check that the requirement is even valid for that version, I think. Package.marker.evaluate. I think we need this, maybe? I know I've used this code before. Let's see if I can find my marker eval. Just search in Python files, that'll be faster. Oh, I was close. Do you work or are you a full-time streamer? Man, I wish I could be a full-time streamer. I really enjoy doing this. I don't really make any money off of streaming, though. My full-time job is at a company called Lyft. You might have heard of it. Oh, well, I'm not logged in, whatever. But yeah, I work as an infrastructure developer on the developer experience team at Lyft, and I basically build tools and software that, in theory, make developers productive, but it turns out that's kind of hard, so we do our best. But I also work on a lot of open source software, and a lot of that gets used at work as well. So like some of the stuff that I work on are like PyTest. That's the issues page of PyTest. I work on PyTest. I work on Talks, which is what I'm trying to fix right now, which is this guy. My baby that I created is Precommit, which is a linter runner, formatter runner, installation package manager thing that also knows stuff about Git hooks. But this is my project that I spend probably most of my time working on. And I also maintain Flake8, which is a Python linter. And we get to use, or I get to use a lot of that software at work as well. So it's kind of nice to be able to like build stuff for the community and then also use it to make people's development environments better at work. You're an important man in there. I mean, there's other people that do similar amounts of things, and there's other maintainers on the project. It's not just me. Anime Lover Zero says, "Do you think it is worth it to be a TA?" Do you mean like a teacher assistant in like college, where you're like helping out a class? I am unfortunately biased on this question because I was one, and I actually think it was very, very useful for a couple of reasons. One of the reasons that I thought it was useful was I was super fresh on all of the material that was being taught in the course, and so it was a good way to like kind of force all of that knowledge to stay in my brain. And like I think like one of the best ways to learn is by teaching, oddly enough, or like one of the best ways to master material is by teaching. And so I thought that was really important. And the other thing that I got out of it that I really liked was like networking with a bunch of similarly minded individuals. So like meeting a bunch of other people that liked teaching or like liked working with people, and was kind of useful. And I also like met a bunch of people that like I still hang out with, or like I got better jobs and stuff because of them, and like it was definitely like a really rewarding experience. Also, I was a TA at Michigan, and at Michigan they pay a lot for TAs, which is pretty nice as a student, because it was basically like I made enough money off of teaching that I didn't have to take out loans and stuff, which was great. I just do not want to do all the work for the students. Oh yeah, I guess like depending on like how involved you are as a TA, it may or may not be a huge time sink. For me, it ended up being like 10 to 12 hours a week that I got involved with that. And my involvement was a little bit more because I wrote the autograder for our, I wrote the autograder backend for our class, and so I spent a little bit more time than normal on that, but it was pretty fine. I would run 1 to 3 discussion sections a week. I would run office hours once a week, and I attended all the lectures, and that was basically it. It was pretty good. But then there are those who come last second because they ditch class and procrastinate. Oh yeah, yeah. You had a strike for TAs? What? Most students just make the tutors do all the work. That seems not that great. That seems not that great. Yeah, we weren't allowed to like give away answers to students. We would be able to point them in the direction so that they could find the answer, or like give them like, here's the slide where the answer is, or like here's where you can step through and figure out how that works. And sorry, quick sneeze. Like we could point them at a debugger and be like, if you step through these lines, like you'll find where your code's jumping to a line that you don't expect, and like this is why, and this is like where you can learn more about that, but we were never allowed to like just do the things for the students, so I think that was pretty good. So I think what we want to do here is check the package even applies and use this marker.evaluate. It's funny, it's inside talk, so I could have just git grepped instead of all repos grep because I ended up finding this repo anyway. If not, package.evaluate, package.marker.evaluate. Continue. People at my college set the bar so low, most courses you just need a 50% for a C. That's pretty low. I guess it depends on like what course it is and like what level of difficulty it is and like how good the teachers are, but 50% for a C seems pretty low. I don't know. I was never the like just kind of pass sort of person. I like to do well, and so if I ever got like a C, that'd be pretty bad, or I would feel pretty bad. Okay, let's see if this works now. Let's continue over that. Same because the knowledge transfer is over. Yeah. Yeah. No module named talks. That seems like it didn't work. Is it just an artifact, or is it actually broken? It sucks when you have an A and the final makes it a B, assuming curve is set in place. Oh yeah. When the final ruins it, it's always a little sad. Why is this not doing what I expect? Missing requirements is the empty list. What is going on here? Why is it doing this? That's really strange. I guess talks is not satisfied by talks? That seems broken. Rec dot. Why exists the empty set? Oh, because it's the empty set. Look up CS251 UIC. Oh, in fact, I think I've heard, yeah. Someone else was in my chat complaining about this the other day. Uh-oh. UIC 250, UIC Reddit. Someone else in my chat was complaining about this same course. What was it? CS 251? Why is it not here? Also, this is new Reddit, which is ugly. Oh goodness, what have I done? Okay. Just Google CS251 UIC Reddit. Okay, well, we're gonna get there. We'll get there eventually. Any tips to pass this class? I'm taking it this semester and really sorry to fail this class. I hear most people fail the class because they failed the final. That sucks. How bad is it? Send an example. You forgot to print our exams. What? No one likes that Lilith dude. That is why he got... Oh, he got fired? Okay. I was gonna say, like, this is pretty bad. They put Joe Hummel, the CS god. Nice. I have a 61. Is it possible to see it? What a mess. Hold on, rate my professor. List, rate my professor. Or do you want me to look up Joe Hummel? This the guy? The awful guy? Overall quality 2.8. Seems pretty bad. So Joe Hummel. That's pretty good. Pretty good scores there. So it's pretty good scores. I was once on Rate My Professor, but then they take them down periodically if they don't get enough activity. But people had rated me at one point in time, even though I wasn't a professor. I was just a student aide. Rec.specifier.contains that's weird. So it's saying that 3.13.3 is not greater than 1. Which seems wrong to me. Oh, do I need pre-releases equals true? Is that gonna change this? Oh. Then why did that end up in the missing requirements? If there's an exception... Oh, so this is... Something here is probably crashing. Package.marker. Okay, that's none. Okay, that's why it's crashing. So this should work now. This should be empty. Cool. Yay, it's working. It isn't his fault you can ditch his class lot. Yeah. Doesn't surprise at all there. Okay, so I think I fixed this. So, how do I write a test for this is the better question. I used both types of breakpoints, great. Get rid of that one, this is the code we want to keep. I guess I can try that test now. Wait, did I remove the patch? Yeah, I did. Where do I put this test? Is it in test provision or in test provision int? Probably test provision, maybe? Oh, I gotta fix all of these. This black likes to mess with the indentation here, so I usually go through and adjust each of these anytime that I edit one of these files, even though it's unrelated to the actual code change. Just like makes it better for my editor and a little easier to read what's going on here. This one too. You're either a bad programmer or a bad student. Wow. That's pretty harsh. Com.magic. This is fun. Nice. Test provision with environment marker. Just copy this test, and then adjust it as needed. Oh, I forgot to copy the... Oh, I lost the, this. Which is kind of important. Magic non-canonical wheel. I don't think we need that. Do we need Tox wheel? I don't think we need that either. I don't think we need that. Nor do we need monkey patch. We should be able to just get away with this. Package that does not exist. Just pick a version of Python that's invalid. And do that. I don't need this format call anymore. Okay, let's try this. Test provision requirement with environment marker. I heard it was due to Troy, so they moved curve way less than usual. Oh, some dude that did well. Last spring, the curve for C started at 50s. 40-something was a D. Overall, if you take this class, take easier other courses. If you won't, it will F you up. I think professors at my university are scared to fail students. Oh, that's definitely true. It's so true. It's actually pretty sad, but it's very true. So I taught Intro to Programming, and we had like a quota for the number of students that we could pass or fail. And so it was interesting. At the end of the year, we would sit in a room and figure out how many students we would not pass in the course. And so it'd usually be, I think the last semester that I taught, we had 300 students or something like that. Maybe it was 250. But we basically like had this long spreadsheet and like kept adjusting the bottom line until we got to a point where it was like, I think we were allowed to fail like, I think we failed 5 students. So it would have been 1/50th, so 2% of the class was allowed to fail, which is it's a pretty hard bar to hit. Like it was pretty, like, if you showed up to class and did the projects, that class was pretty easy. I guess the exams were a little bit tricky sometimes, but we tried to make them as fair as possible. But like, we definitely there were some years where the bottom of the curve was pretty special. But we also like would often have people that are just like really strong students, and so the top was often similarly different. Or like, we didn't have to change the top of the curve much, but we had to fan out the bottom, basically, is what I meant to say. Isn't that any CS class? If you go to class and do the projects, you can pass? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you have to be not so good. Okay, so this is the infinite loop, and if we apply the patch, then this should fix that. Now, I wonder if I remove this line, if it still passes as well. If it passes like this, I think that's slightly better. Yay, okay, cool. Cool. And then, what was the original test that was having trouble? Make sure this test passes. Hey, what's up, Yoav? I'm doing pretty good. Writing some code, so it's a good day. I'm a little bit tired because I didn't sleep so much last night, but other than that, I can't complain. We're working right now on a little bug that I put into talks that I'm trying to work out right now. And they gotta laugh after seeing some of the students in my university. Yeah, they were. Oh man. Thanks for starting early. Next time, I hope I can join early. You added a bug. Well, not intentionally. I was trying to. Well, I was trying to work around this broken release of PyParsing that was only affecting Python 3.4 in the talks test suite. But it turns out this line breaks every other test suite, and we accidentally merged it before checking that the suite actually passes. So now, while trying to fix that, I found that I can probably change how... I can change... What am I trying to say? Oh, I'm changing how the talks environment provisioning stuff works so that that syntax is supported. So it turns out the reason that it didn't work was because the syntax doesn't work. This is what I just fixed. But I just fixed this. Oh wait, I'm not in my virtual environment. Well, that shouldn't matter. What is going on here? Why is that not working? Now you see why 55 is a C in Calc 1 through 3. Yeah, there was this one Calc course at Michigan. I didn't take it, but my friend took it. Where the like average on one of the exams is like a 22%. Or something absurd, and like the entire course, like everyone in the class basically failed, and that was just because the professor was absolutely awful. Okay, this is definitely still broken. Anthony added a bug. It's an oxymoron. I write bugs. It happens. We're all fallible. Some of us write fewer than others. Was he like that Lilith dude? Yeah. It wasn't like... It was most of it like the exam had stuff that was completely unrelated to what was being taught in class and completely unrelated to the textbook. And so everyone came in and were just like, what is this? We've never seen anything like this before. And all the exams were like that. And also they were designed, like, the exams were 1 hour, but if you like actually took the exam on your own, it would have taken like 4+ hours to complete. So like most people just like didn't even finish. It's really unfair, but okay, what the hell? Why are you hitting this case here? I guess I can just take this and put that in my little directory again. Alright, the indentation's all messed up. Min version equals 370. Can you explain the broken test, please? Yes, sure. So I added this. Well, let me back up a little bit. So PyParsing did a really dumb thing a couple days ago, where they released 2.4.1, and without looking, we'll pretend that didn't come on the screen. What should this release have been? It should have been a bug fix release, because it's only bumping this version number here. And it's not calendar version, it's not epoch version, or at least it doesn't look like epoch version, but like, probably should have been a bug fix release. This release contains many new features. Semver, though, my dude, why would you do this? But among the features, which is like all this stuff here, there were 3 breaking changes, and one of the breaking changes is where is it? These warnings are now on by, well, these warnings didn't exist before, but now they're on by default. And so basically anything that installs packaging produces these 2+ lines of output whenever packaging gets imported. And so like lots and lots of things depend on packaging. So pip, tox, pytest, etc. Like all those things depend on packaging, so they all pull in PyParsing. And if they pull in the latest version, they have these problems. But then it gets worse. They realized that, oh, this release is broken, so they deleted the release from PyPI. And so everyone who had already upgraded to that and started pinning that version with like pipenv or piptools or whatever, now couldn't install anything because this package disappeared. And so then they reposted the same package at 2.4.1.1. And only in 2.4.2 Alpha 1, which is not installed by default because pip skips pre-installed versions unless you say -- pre. This I forget what the beginning of the sentence was, but pip won't install this version, and this version has one of the fixes for the break that's in packaging. But anyway, because of these broken versions and due to some like import ordering or whatever, this test failed on Python 3.4 only because of the warning messages being spit out by PyParsing. And so what I tried to do is write that I didn't want to install these versions of PyParsing only on Python 3.4. And by doing that, I could... what am I trying to say? By doing that, I wouldn't have to change it in any of the other Python versions. But what I found out is that this syntax here is not honored by Tox's bootstrapping system, so I'm fixing the bootstrapping system to understand this syntax, because this test should be fine. Like this should work. Let me make that one little bit bigger so it doesn't wrap. Yeah. Maybe even a little bit more. Why is it still wrapping? Oh, that line over there is going to wrap. Whatever. Yeah, like this syntax should work fine, because pip understands this. It's just that Tox does not understand it. And so I'm gonna make Tox understand it, and that'll fix the problem. At least in Michigan, you can say you get a quality education. Oof. Most people are passed even if they are lazy or cheaters. That sucks. I saw on one of Willis's slides, he said, "Don't go to tutoring, figure it out yourself." That sucks. Being lazy is fine, but cheating is a no-no. Yeah, we actually, we had some cheaters in our class, and like, there's like not much reason to cheat on Intro to Programming in that course, but oh man, students would try such clever things. The worst was somehow someone had found one of my solutions to some code online and submitted as their own. Oh, no, it was that I made a demo of one of the parts of one of the projects, and it was a different spec because we never actually, like, we rotate the specs every couple of years. But they had uploaded my demo code as their project solution, and we also had 2 students submit byte identical code. The unfortunate thing about the honor console at Michigan in the CS department is unless a student admits to cheating, they basically can't do anything. And so students would just say no. Well, students that knew this would just say no, I didn't cheat. And then we would never, like, even though, like, basically without a doubt, we knew that they cheated. It was like, the circumstantial evidence was pretty overwhelming. But oftentimes we just couldn't do anything about it because the student never admitted to it. But we had quite a few cheating cases. I think only like 2 or 3 students ever admitted to cheating though, so a good 5 or 6 got off without ever doing anything. Seems like my university in Israel. Even if you have evidence beyond reasonable doubt, yeah, even if we have like, well, the best evidence that we can have is like 2 pieces of code are byte identical, or they list some other person's name in them. If they list someone else's name in their solution, then yeah, we can get them for that. But if they're just like byte identical solutions, we can't prove it. Even though like you absolutely know it's cheating, we just couldn't do anything with it, which sucks. But you know, sometimes cheaters get away with it. It didn't even change a variable. Yeah, it was byte identical. We would also have students that would like change the tabs or like put extra semicolons, or I'm trying to find. Oh, let's see in the kitchen. I'm trying to find my flip flops because I like to sit in my chair with my flip flops, but they're out of reach, so I'll have to get them when I get up to get a drink or whatever. But yeah, we couldn't do anything about it. They won't get a job. That's the real answer. They're not actually learning the material, so sucks to be then. Yeah, this is weird. This was the thing I just fixed. Or I just tried to fix. Hey, what's up, Linster13? Thank you for the follow. Let's see if I can fix this. Requires me to figure out where this code was again. Here we are. Package dot. I guess we just walk through this. Okay, so we need to set up a bootstrap environment, so we do that. And then what? Oh, I bet this version of Talks is the bootstrapping problem. So this version of Talks is 3.13.2 and not my test version. So it doesn't. This version doesn't have the fix, so it's testing code that's not actually being run, which is a little bit annoying. It's kind of a chicken and egg sort of problem. But how do I fix that? How do I fix that? It's the same file? What file are you in? No, it's test provision int. I kind of want this function in the other test, so I might have to move this around. So basically what I'm going to try and do is pre-install the version of Talks. I'm going to use the version of Talks that this provides in order to create that secondary environment so that I'm actually testing the code that I'm testing. Continue playing music. It's very quiet. Maybe just the song is quiet. Oh wait, you know what? I bet I turned down the volume on my headset. That's what it is. We have mathematics foundation. Oh, I missed your message before that. How is discrete math? We have 2 levels of it. Yeah, we have 2 levels at Michigan as well. The first discrete math was actually really nice. I really liked that course. I also had a really good professor. But that one is basically just combinatorial logic and some like set theory stuff. And then we had a second course which was called like Foundations of Computer Science or something, and it was like NP completeness and like satisfiability and a bunch of stuff like that. And I absolutely hated that course because it was taught by not a good professor and not a CS professor. It was taught by a math professor. So that class kind of sucked. We have mathematics foundations in computing, and then languages and automata, which I think is computer theory. Oh yeah, that's kind of what our courses are set up like as well. Oh, this is annoying. I need to do the same work in the other one. CS courses taught by math people are the best. What are you talking about? Well, this guy just like did not care about computers at all, and like didn't really. He was not a programmer, so he was not. It was not helpful for him to try and describe his, like anytime he had to use pseudocode, he just like didn't really understand what the pseudocode did, but was like trying to tell us the math behind it. I don't know. I'm sure there are good math professors that teach CS courses. This guy was very much not one, though. It's definitely possible to have a good math professor that teaches a CS course, but yeah, I don't want to preclude all math professors because I know a bunch of math professors that are great people and great teachers, and but this guy was not at all. Trying to like backtrack my way through this. I don't like accidentally offend people. That Hummel dude programmed an alarm on Piazza, and the dude answers questions at 3 in the morning. Ooh, yeah, we used to have a competition among our TAs and like who could answer the most Piazza questions, and this is one of the few times where like I've actually turned on push notifications on an application. And so like I got push notifications to my phone about Piazza, and so we would race to answer them, and I don't know, I usually won. The real reason to learn NECS stuff is for real world applications. I quick sort my real bookshelf. Nice. I feel like I just stick to insertion sort most of the time in the real world, even though I realize it's more operations. But in the real world, you can also kind of cheat a little bit in that you have, like, you can see all of the objects at once, and so you can kind of multi-thread your sort without individually checking each book. You can just kind of like know where to put things. But no, I feel you. Makes sense. Okay, so I gotta move this wheeling stuff, I guess. Or I could just do this. That would also fix it. And then not worry about it. This should make that test pass again. This is probably just the easiest way to do this. It's not the greatest, but whatever. Oh, I didn't mean to dash R. That's why it took so long. B2B quit. Oh, I forgot my breakpoint. Did I do a PDB breakpoint, or did I do a breakpoint? We'll find out. Oh, there's the third one. Breakpoints. We're not going to do -R again, because that takes too long. Yeah, the one thing that's kind of unfortunate about talks is a lot of the tests are, like, necessarily integration tests, where they have to run virtualenv and set up a full environment, and so some of the test suite is a little bit slow, and hopefully we'll get faster in the future, but until then, we'll just deal with it. There is currently a rewrite of virtualenv in progress, which will make virtualenv a lot faster in Python 3. Because right now what virtualenv does is, we can just look at one, for example. So it makes this bin, lib, and include directories, and it actually copies a bunch of stuff in here. So like it copies the Python executable, it sets up a bunch of symlinks, and yeah, it sets up a bunch of symlinks and does all this other stuff. But with venv, I have a VM installed. Let's see. Python 3.6 VM. So with the VM style VMs, there's a lot less in here, so we don't have a full copy of Python anymore. It's just a symlink, and there's a little bit of magic that hooks this up via this pyvm.cfg file, which the interpreter knows how to bootstrap this virtual environment. But if you look in like lib, we don't have all of those files that need symlinking and a bunch of other stuff, so it's a little bit faster. Yoav asks, is there a way to make the pre-commit tests faster? I think whenever I run them, it takes a few minutes or so. Yeah, that test suite's pretty slow. There's a couple tests that you can avoid, and then it'll be faster. In particular, The Ruby tests are the really slow. The Ruby and JavaScript tests are by far the slowest. So if you skip the node tests and skip the Ruby tests, the test suite is a lot faster. The Python tests are still a little bit slow because they need to make virtual environments as well. But for the most part, we factored out most of the complicated Python tests, and like only have a few that integrate. Test reinstall. Oh yeah, this has to be Python. But yeah, that's Precommits test suite has some slow tests for similar reasons to Tox, because it actually sets up full virtual environments from stuff, and yeah, so that's why it's slow. But also, like, when virtualenv gets this speed up, Precommit will also receive that same speed up, which would be pretty cool. Yeah, what was I tangenting on? What was I trying to actually do? Did this test pass? Yeah. Does it pass on Python 3.4? Is the other question. We'll find out. And this is xdist spinning up its parallel workers, which is kind of funny because we're like running test discovery a bunch of times, but then only running one test, so a lot of these workers are just like complete waste. What is it doing right now? Oh, running the test. Okay, cool. So that test passes too. That's good. But I actually did make a code change here, so I should make a changelog for it. Changelog. Give it a number. 1380. Honor environment markers and requires list. Wait, what is the syntax for this? User. Yeah, that's the syntax. Fix test suite and honor environment markers and requires. I guess I have to go to class, do the work, and don't cheat. Seems simple, right? Yeah, that was my strategy. It seems to work for me. But man, imagine if everyone did that. It would be crazy. People would like not fail classes. I guess it's like a little bit more difficult than that. Like, it's not quite like high school level where like literally you just like breathe and show up and you get credit. But like, you still have to put in some effort. You still have to pay attention. You still have to like not dick around on your laptop the whole time. In college, you have to put in the work. Yeah, exactly. Oops, almost pushed directly to master. That would have been not so good. Okay. $13.80. In your opinion, what do you think means more, going to class or doing the work? I mean, I think going to, well, for me, going to class was pretty valuable because I'm a little unfair in that if I hear information or see information, I'll remember it. Because I have like a photographic memory or whatever. And so for me, like just showing up to class was usually enough for me to learn the material. But for others, that's not necessarily the case, and so not always enough to really learn or master the material. But like, I don't know, if you do the work, you hopefully learn the material. So I don't know. I'm debating if I should buy the Xi books for my discrete math class right now to prep, or should I wait till the class starts? What is Xi books? Replace your textbook with an interactive Xi book. Oh, that was jank. Look at this. Look at this CSS. What are you doing, Xi books? Like micro software gore there. How did they not? I bet they only test on like Mac OS on Chrome, and so that's why they didn't notice that this is broken. Anyway. Oh, are these like different universities that... Oh, these are... What are these dots? What are the dots? What is your map? Oh, is this like people that wrote in? I mean, this seems good. Their website is kind of nice too. I don't really like the things where like it scrolls and pops. It's like pretty annoying. Stop moving. Just like give me a web page that doesn't dance around. But anyway. But I always, like one thing that I always wished was that my textbooks essentially had Control F. So if like these books have Control F, then that would be amazing. I actually like started working on an OCR project in college, but OCR was not quite, it wasn't really good enough to do what I wanted. I basically wanted to like scrape my textbook and then be able to search over it, but no, never really got off the ground. Proprietary books, yeah. Yeah, that's one unfortunate thing about like websites like this, especially if it's, I don't know, what's the purchase model? Is it like subscription based, or do you like one-time purchase? Oh, I should have clicked the pricing, which was literally next to the thing that I wanted. Simple low-cost pricing. It tells me nothing. Okay, well, maybe you'll know how the pricing works. Why was the bug only on Python 3.4? That's a good question. I have a guess at it, but I haven't actually validated that guess. So let me look at the previous builds and we'll see if I'm right. My guess is that it's based on the version of packages that get installed, and on newer or older or something, it installs a different version of a package. Because Python 3.4 was recently end-of-lifed, so my guess is that because it was end-of-life, somebody changed how they version things, and that broke stuff. If I look at this PR, we should be able to see what versions get installed in 3.5 and 3.4. With this great warning text here. Where is the generate talks test environment? This is what I wanted. Where's the list of requirements, talks? I know you're gonna show it to me eventually. Here we go. We take this. Pi 3.5. Let's see. Cut. Actually said comma to a space. Okay, so now we have a list of requirements. So I'll do the same for 3.4. Generate this, and then it was at the bottom. Yeah. So here's the versions of packages for 3.4. So then we can do this. Doing some complex substitution here just to figure this out. Are they different? Those are the only differences. Oh wait, let's use diff. Okay, so there's a little bit more differences. So one of them is the psutil package gets installed, and the version of PyTest changes, and scander gets installed in 3.4. So it might be due to the import order that happens with PyTest? No, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know. It's a good question. I don't actually know the answer there. And I'm not I'm like very curious about why it's broken, but I'm also not really gonna lose sleep over it. So I'm probably like this is as much as I'm gonna look into it, and oh well, I didn't figure it out, so it probably has to do with like import ordering or where warnings are sent or something like that. Who knows? But yeah, I don't know why. Let's see. Are there any languages outside of Python that you're interested in using or are using? Yeah, I actually work in a lot of different programming languages. Unfortunately, the stuff, most of the stuff that I write for open source ends up being Python. But I really like C#, and I wish I had a chance to write more of it. I've also done some Kotlin on stream. I used to consider myself an expert at C++, but haven't had a chance to write that in a while. I've written a ton of C. Don't really like it. I've written a bunch of Go. Go to me feels like C, but like slightly better. But I don't know. I guess it has nice things like concurrency and Go routines and that sort of jazz. I want to learn Rust because it seems like the hot new thing. I've written basically Hello World in Rust, but not much more than that. But from what I've heard, in some situations, Rust is really, really hard to do very simple things, and so sometimes that can suck. Like my friend was telling me he was writing some small app, and he needed to parse JSON to make it work, and he struggled real hard parsing JSON in a type-safe manner. But I don't know. I hope to work with other programming languages. For me, it just like the tools I'm working on are associated with Python, so I stick to this most of the time. The book only cost, or the Xi books only cost $70. I guess that's not so bad. Oh, but it only lasts a semester. Like you don't get it permanently. That's kind of annoying. Mindful Fox says, "Hey, Mister, I do the laundry on Saturdays." Well, I didn't do laundry today. Sometimes I have this bad habit where I do the laundry and then I'm like, I don't really want to fold my clothes, and so then I just like dress myself out of laundry baskets for the rest of the week, which is what I'm currently doing right now. So I should probably fold my laundry and put it away at some point, but they're off camera. You can't see them, but there are two baskets on the floor here. which is unfortunate. Solve animated code with Rust this year. I did do a couple of days with Rust last year. I think. It was probably only the first like 2 days before it was like actually hard. Yeah, 1.2% Rust. Oh, I guess I did day 1 in Rust, but day 1 was like super trivial. What was it? What did this one do? I made a command line thing that reads the input. Open a file. And then what did I do? You read a string? This feels like I didn't finish it. Where's the actual fun part? Oh, here we go. I just stuck it. I just stuck it in this line. I see. So this was to split into lines and then sum all the values. Oh yeah, this function was super easy. It was just like summing all of the numbers in a file. What was the second one? Oh, the second one was run all the numbers until you hit a number that you've already seen. And this would essentially loop for forever until it found a value that it already found. And then this was just boilerplate, I guess. This was the actual interesting implementation. But, well, maybe I could write some Rust this year. We'll see how that goes. Yoav asks, who will win the Super Bowl? Oh man, I don't follow NFL. It's probably the Patriots, right? Isn't that what happens every year? They always go to the Super Bowl, and Tom Brady always wins? I don't know. I don't even know when the NFL season is. Well, they're playing preseason games now? All I know is it will not be the Lions, because they're awful. They've always been awful, and I feel like they always will be awful. Because I grew up in Michigan, and so like the local NFL team is the Lions. And, they were bad every year. Michael Fox says you have to fold within a certain time before it perma wrinkles. Yeah. I just deal with the wrinkles. It's fine. It's probably not fine. Like I probably should fix it, but oh well. Wrinkles are fashion, Mom. Yeah. Wouldn't that be funny if like that was actually a fashion trend to like intentionally have wrinkles? That would be wild. But it's not, so I just look like a dweeb. I think most tutors are told not to give answers, but when they do a problem, they just do the whole thing for you. Oh, man, those are not good tutors. Like, the point of tutoring is not to just like give the answer away. It's to teach someone how to learn in a different way. Because like I've done tutoring in the past, and like my strategies were always like, okay, well, how did the professor or teacher try and teach you, and let's adjust the like medium and learning styles such that I can give you an alternate way to look at a problem. And it was never like, what's the answer, here's the answer, and like, here's how I did it. Just copy and paste and pawn it off as yours. It wasn't a pay-to-win system, it was a pay-to-actually-learn-the-shit system. But most of what I tutored was, let's see, I did math in high school. I did some chemistry tutoring in college. And then I guess like I worked as a TA, which is kind of like tutoring. Our office hours were very much like tutoring, where it was like you'd have a sign-in sheet and you'd ask your question. Like we'd run around to all the tables and learn all the students' names and essentially do like some small one-on-one tutoring. Who are the top tier professors at your university for computer science? Professors who gave a damn about their students. Yeah, that's so true. I think my favorite professor that I had was Peter Chen. He has a Wikipedia article? No way. I guess that makes sense. Is this the same Peter Chen? No, this is not. This is not the same Peter Chen. That's a very common name. Peter Chen, Ramesh. Yeah, this guy. He was a very, very good professor. Probably one of my favorites. When I took operating systems, he taught it, and he was exceptionally good. That was actually one of the classes where it was super unfortunate my scheduling that semester. So Michigan has two main campuses for classes, and so there's North Campus, which is in the north, I guess, and then there's Central Campus, which is in the south, and most of the engineering courses are in North Campus, and most of the like non-engineering courses are on Central Campus. And so I had two classes that I thought were on North Campus, but I just like messed up the building codes when I was scheduling my classes, and they were back to back, and one was on Central and one was on North, and so I had to jump on a bus and hope that I got to the class in time. And like I was frequently late to this class, which was unfortunate. But it was a very good course other than that. Yoav's heading out. Hope that next week you'll start early and work more on code. I learned a lot from you. Yeah, happy to start earlier. We'll see whether that sticks or not. I don't know. It seems like it's going well today, and we'll see how that goes into the future. Look up Rate My Professor, Joe Hummel, Baksar, Dasgupta, Pat Troy, Gonzalo Bello. They are the CS Mount Rushmore. Nice. What is this like? Peter Chen voted 2019 HCAN Professor of the Year in CSE. That doesn't surprise at all. He's a... this is the 5th time that Peter Chen has been named Professor of the Year. Yeah. Yeah, he's very good. That's an interesting bug. It's like a fixed header until here for some reason, and then it snaps into view. CSS is awesome. I love CSS. Why is it doing that? Is it based on where my mouse is? Wacky. I don't know. Does he use pre-commit though? I did show him the like prototype of pre-commit that I had at the time, and he was like, "This is pretty cool. I wonder if we can like use this somewhere." I don't know if he ever did though. But the old version of pre-commit, let's see if I still have it. Actually, I can probably just clone one of those project repos. Weeks 482 T? No, 1T? Yeah. Oh, this was pre-commit. Does this still work? Why does the build fail? Oh. So funny thing about this error message is it's one of my most upvoted Stack Overflow answers of all time. Because I self-answered a question. Where is it? That's questions, answers. Yeah, this one. Missing include bit/C++ config. But you can fix it by installing, was it G++ multi-lib? Or something like that? I guess I should actually, let me look at my Stack Overflow answer. Yeah, G++ multi-lib. Yes. But this project didn't have it. Let me figure out which ones did. Oops. What is going on? I have... Go away. Oh, you guys couldn't see that, but I'd opened up the Windows 10 notifications. I couldn't figure out how to kill them. Tried to unsuccessfully load my user page. Come on, GitHub. Speaks for. Let's see if I did the pre-commit dance here. I did. Here's one. This is the shell version. This is before I was in Python. Did it become Python here? Nope, still shell. Yeah, clone this one then. Oh. Oh, this was before I added colors. Oh well. Oh no, I do have colors. Oh man. Apparently I didn't even bother passing this. Can I convert standard string stream to bool? What? Does this code no longer compile? No. 330. Require message. What is require? Is this like my assertion helper? Raises responder exception if the expression is false. Can you no longer check the truthiness of a string stream? That seems not... Do I need... do I need this? Maybe? I don't know why I'm trying to get this to build. Let's see, 220. 238. 330. 343. Bang bang is just like course to Boolean. You want. Oh, remind me later. Okay, so it builds now. Yeah, so this kind of looks like the pre-command output, but this was back in 2012. And this never passed because I didn't have exclusion at the time. And missing from submit. This might have been one that I wrote after the fact. Fixed a border case bug. Must not have run the pre-commit hooks. Oh, I remember this. This test was too slow to run on the submission machine, so we left it out. But anyway, yeah, pre-commit is still a thing way back then. Let's see. Yo, it's Quick Floor. What up? Are we ready to ask some personal questions? Yo, you had some competition in the last stream. Someone else was asking a bunch of personal questions, and it somehow wasn't you. I was a little bit confused, unless you have like an alter ego. But We were dishing it out. What is your social ID in Lyft? I'm not giving your social. I'm not giving my social. But I think I can show you my employee ID, or at least my employee count. I don't know that we actually have employee IDs. I'm sure we have them in some way or another. Just do this off screen so it doesn't show my phone number. Just hexering away the text here. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's sanitized enough. I really don't like this photo of me, but whatever. So I'm apparently employee 1325. I've started before 75% of employees, which is crazy. It's like 1 year, 10 months ago. Please answer fast, but I want more details. But yeah, it's not even 2 years, and I have a significant amount of seniority at Lyft. Oh, you guys probably can't see this because the text is real small. But yeah, I'm up there in number of employees. Also, you can see that I'm super cheap. Super cheap. Most of my Lyft rides are shared rides. I've taken what 45 non-shared rides. Almost all of them are shared. Your birthday already passed. It was 22 days ago. Yep, that's true. And I didn't put my hometown in here because it's too much work. Oh, and you can see all of my Lyft badges. What the fuck is this? Hold on, let me not dox somebody. The best Python programmer at Lyft. Who are these other people? What the fuck? This is such a weird badge. Okay, well, no, we can like give out badges and stuff. And so apparently that's one that somebody gave me. But yeah, that's Lyft. You gotta start with the soft questions first. Yes, I was an industry hire. But yeah. They pay your salary on time. No, I'm salaried, not hourly, so I think I get a check every 2 weeks? I don't actually know because I don't live paycheck to paycheck. But yeah, I assume I get paid. I have had to check my payments twice because finance screwed up 2 different things. Like I was supposed to get paid out for a referral that didn't happen, and so I had to go through a whole rigmarole to get that paved over. I did eventually get paid for the referral, which was good. And I also, when I got a raise one of the times, they forgot to backdate the payments, so I had to go fix that as well. But these tabs, or did I like manually indent this? This is like pretty next level if I had to manually press space that number of times. But holy shit, that's an award. Yeah, it is. You are a bro, Anthony. I miss you. How you doing, good man? I'm doing fine. I don't know that I try and not be a tech bro. Although I think last night I was a tech bro, which was kind of obnoxious of me, but it happens. It happens. Don't use GitHub anymore, Anthony. They are racist. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that they're racist. What this time? Due to U.S. trade controls law restrictions, your GitHub account has been restricted. For individual accounts, you may have limited access to free GitHub public repository services for personal communications only. Please read about GitHub and trade controls for more information. What? Oh, which country are they banning this time? Oh, that's a lot of them. That sucks. Did Slack do the same thing? That's kind of unfortunate. Yeah, that's pretty shitty. The unfortunate thing is, like, switching off of GitHub isn't super scalable for me. A lot of people have signed this though, so that's good. This one guy stands out because he's got an emoji here. This guy too. Sneaky, sneaky. But yeah, this is pretty shitty. I can understand it in some sense, like why GitHub would do this. It doesn't mean that it's a good thing though. Why are there all these different languages? What? Oh, it's just like add a program that prints GitHub is for everyone? Interesting. What's the like most... What's the wackiest language that's in this repo though? Other 33%. I guess I'll pull it in and look at it. LS files grep or a dot. Oh. Cut dash d dot f2 sort neat dash c sort rn. Okay, so most of them are in Python, then JavaScript, then PHP, then Shell, then C#, then Java, then C++, then C. Markdown probably doesn't matter. Rust, TypeScript, Go, HTML. This is Kotlin? Dart, Perl, Lua, JSX. Somebody made a React template. Great. HS is what? Haskell? I think it's Haskell. Lisp? I don't know what BF is. Scala, Ruby. There's only 2 Ruby programmers. That's kind of... It's kind of amazing. Because I feel like it should be about as popular as these 3. But guess not. So wrote one in R. Probably unrelated. M is... I don't know what M is. Is that Objective-C? MATLAB. Would not have guessed that. Groovy. Oh, what poor soul put it in Groovy. Clojure. Windows batch file. Someone did it in assembly. Of course someone did it in assembly. Again, LS files. star.asm. That's great. That's pretty good. This one is much simpler. Although, do they both use printf? This one does it without printf. Looks like. That's clever. Then a bunch of other languages. Wait, somebody has a... Oh, this is, their file name has a space in it, so this should have gone into the JavaScript bucket. At least there was a grace period when Google couldn't work with why oh, I can't say it. HUAWEI. Nano? Yeah. Yeah, I use Nano. I'm sorry, Chandu. It happens. Oh, is there a brainfuck in there? Is that what BF is? Yes, yes it is. That's amazing. HP is still very popular. Yeah, it is. Anime Lover Zero says, Anthony, how tall are you? Oh, here we go with personal questions. On a good day, I'm 5'11". On a bad day, I'm like 5'10 and a half. But I'm not 6 feet tall, so that means on dating apps that people are always just like, nope, you're not tall enough. It's apparently 6 feet. That 1 inch makes all the difference. That's what she said. Yeah. Yeah. I do know how to use Vim. I'm not a complete noob, but I just choose not to because I'm fast enough. Eventually, I will not use Nano, and I will use my brand new text editor that I haven't really worked on in a while, called babi, which right now all it does is this, and then you exit. This is all it does. But eventually it will be a text editor. Maybe I'll work on this in a bit once I finish what I was working on. Did I actually finish what I was working on? I forget what I was working on. I'm all over the place today. Let's see. Master, teach me open source. I mean, we'll do some open source. It'll happen. Does Lyft use PHP for backend API stuff? So, PHP used to be used at Lyft for the main large repository. Hey, what's up, Chandu? Thank you for the follow, friend. So Lyft used to have a repository called Instant Server, which was lots and lots and lots of PHP. And that recently, within like the last year, was decomposed into a bunch of Python and Go microservices. So Lyft no longer has any PHP, but used to have a bunch. But that's gone now. It was basically like all of engineering was working on decomping this monolith into a bunch of services, and so it was a company-wide project, and it took a long time to get done. But yeah, it was a lot of work. But yeah, there's no more PHP at Lyft. Now it's mostly Python. There's some Go, there's some Java, and then there's a spattering of like 10 other languages. You build your editor. Well, eventually. It's not it's not much right now. It's really just it's just like initializing a curses window and then playing with the color palette stuff. I haven't really done much beyond that. Eventually, it will be a thing. 5,000 contributions, nice. How much time a day do you get to work on open source? How much do I work on open source? So that number is actually smaller than what I see, because I also see my Lyft contributions if my user page ever loads. Although, wait, didn't I load it before? Over here? No, I didn't. Maybe I did. Yeah, so I see this number because it also includes my Lyft contributions. But I probably spend about an hour on open source a day-ish, somewhere around there. Somewhere around an hour a day. Because I usually do a little bit in the morning and then a little bit after work. And it's not actually that much work, but I enjoy doing it, so that's why I keep doing it. Why is this messed up? Oh, I don't know. Do people at Lyft use Nano? There is another person at Lyft that uses Nano. Let's see if I can find, let's see. Nano site rachelbythebay.com. Yeah. So this is an RSUI at Lyft that uses Nano. And it's not just me. I met another person. Actually, who was it? It was this girl on, what team was she on? But she uses Nano also. And I was like, I thought I was the only one. But yeah, there's a couple of people that use Nano. It's not like a great idea, but it does work. How does your bot know you run Nano? Because I wrote the bot. The bot's on GitHub. And so like I've added. I mean, I think didn't you contribute to it? Or no, that was someone else. Hey, what's up, Jermata? Thank you for the follow. Hopefully your Saturday's going well. But yeah, I wrote the bot, so that's why it knows. Where's that command? The nano command. Yeah. Oh, this is Linux in a virtual machine. Can you make it full screen? So unfortunately, I guess I can show you. Unfortunately, my screen, if I make it full screen, will miss a lot of the contents. But it's also, if I make it full screen, I can't switch it back and forth between the browser window. But if we look at, this is my setup. The VM only takes up, where's the bottom corner? It takes up this portion here. And so I have chat over here, and I have OBS down here, and then I have my music and Streamlabs and other stuff on this monitor. But yeah, the VM doesn't actually take up the whole screen. And unfortunately, I know the top bar is really annoying, and I would like to, like, I could probably fudge around with this. Let's see if I can figure out how to do this. Like, I think I could do, oh, I don't want to do this live. Is that making it worse or better? I think that's making it better. I don't know where the little edge is though. Let's see if we can, now you can see behind the smoke and mirrors. So I could do that, and then you wouldn't know that it's full screen like that. What if I put the browser here though? What do you see there? You can see the address bar, so that's good enough. Then we gotta fix the bottom part. Gonna make this taller. Is that better? I guess, maybe? Okay, well, I guess that's slightly better. Are you, does that make you happier now? Oh, did it actually work though? Yeah. Okay. We saved some slight pixels. Now people won't complain that, why are you using a virtual machine? Blah 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 blah. Although they'll still know. They'll figure it out. But yeah. How tall are you on Reddit? What kind of question is that? I don't actually do much on Reddit. Let's see, what is my Reddit account? I'm loading it off screen in case there's more personal information there. Most of my Reddit is just like Pokemon stuff. But I have been a Reddit member since 2010, apparently. But what is my height on Reddit? I have 1500 karma. That's something, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. That's my Reddit account. I don't know why you want to know my Reddit account. Is that a person? Oh, Rachel by the Bay? I assume from back then? I'm so... I go on a tangent and then don't catch up on chat. Did you meet Richard Stallman? No, I have not. I'm kind of okay not meeting Richard Stallman because he's kind of a prick. Yeah. Oh, a girl. Yeah, there are girls that write code. It's not just guys. It happens. Have you ever used QEMU? I have used QEMU. It was really, really slow for what I wanted to do with it, so I didn't... I forgot to click this button. Dang it. Let me finish writing this up and pressing the button so that I can actually work on the next thing after this. I'm trying to move around the testing code for the talks. I opted for a comment. We can clean that up. Opted for a comment with clean up instructions. Cool. Get that out of the way. But yeah, I've used QEMU before. Let's make Linux for fun. I don't really want to build Linux from source. Also, that's funny that the bot picks that up and complains about GNU/Linux. But it does actually build pretty quickly, if I remember right. But I have no reason to download the kernel or build it. What is going on here? Why did they do this? Oh, that's not what I want. I want this. Yeah, Dustin's pretty good. But that's what that notification is about, and all these emails in my inbox. Hopefully this will pass now. So let's find why I should run sudo rm etc resolve conf sudo sh-c. You can use sudo t for that, by the way. Echo name server 8888 to resolve conf. I mean, if you want to switch to what is 8888? Google's DNS? Does this load? Do they also serve a website from here? That would be cool if they did. Looks like they don't. Google Public DNS. Yeah. I should run that after I stop or start the VPN. Oh yeah, VPN. Yeah, if you need to change where your DNS gets routed through. Makes sense. Okay, what am I going to work on next? Because we haven't actually worked on much at all yet this stream. One thing that I wanted to fix is there's a situation where Tox complains about trying to delete a directory, which I added that feature recently, and it's a little bit broken, but so there's a situation where you use a specific set of plugins and then Tox will complain. Was it Tox Conda, I think? Yeah, here. Yeah, so we talked about this here. Apparently, Tox will sometimes refuse to delete an environment dir, and so we'll make this. I'll make this check a little bit better. Can I put this code somewhere that runs automatically after I start or stop VPN? How do you start and stop your VPN? Do you use it with like network config or network manager or something else? Oh, I should not do this off screen because we were just talking about this issue. So Gaver's the other maintainer, and essentially is like, hey, we have some code that already does this. Yeah, I saw that code but didn't want to rework what do I want to say here? I didn't want to rework the whole provision test to incorporate that for what is essentially a temporary hack. The other provision tests have this in place, and it seems to be a bit of work. I don't know. Hopefully he's okay with that. We'll find out. Oh, you do it by GUI. Are you using Network Manager or something else? And is this in Linux or is this on Windows? Oh, well, of course it's Linux because it says sudo rm. Oh, what just buzzed? Oh, Discord, probably. I think there's like hook scripts for Network Manager. Sarcastic Dante just resubscribed. Thank you for the subscription. He says, "What's the point of starting earlier if I fell asleep and missed it?" Rip. Granted, I only started like 3 or 2 hours earlier, so I probably could have started even earlier, and then you wouldn't have fallen asleep, maybe. But hey, now you're right on time for the normal stream time, so so that's the thing. Also means I've been streaming for 2 hours. I'm gonna go get a drink of water. I will be right back. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Alright, I'm back. It's fine! It's a good emoji. Oh. So, Gabber just replied again. Overall it is, but I made it a fixture, so you just request the fixture and it should automatically work. Okay, we'll try that if it's just a fixture. Test, conf test. Fix me, this seems unnecessary. I agree, this does seem unnecessary. Why is this here? What happens if we delete that? Actually, let's not. we're gonna leave that. Get it reset. And then check out. What? Is it in this file? I don't see this thing that he's talking about. Nano, what? Yeah, oh Thug Muffin, I'm using Nano. What are you gonna do? Oh shit. I was gonna grab my flip-flops, but I forgot again. Whoops. Yeah, I'm using Nano like a noob. I'm very fast at it though, so it's fine. I do know how to use Vim. Nano Desu. Hey, what's up, Toddy? You're playing Minecraft. Nice. I love Minecraft. Good stuff. I made it a fixture, so you just request the fixture. It should all automatically work. Not seeing this fixture. We'll look at all of the fixtures and hopefully find it. Working clean dirt. Nope. 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 Not that one either. Mock VM. This creates a mock virtual environment. That's wild. Current talks pie. Okay, so it's not any of those. It's not that one. Not that one. Next, talks major. A talks version we can guarantee to not be available. Okay. Again, it's not that one. It's not that one. Nor that one. VM filter project. popen env test. No. Not seeing it. Oh, where is it? Let's see. I will appeal to Twitch and have you banned. Oh. Yeah, banned for using Nano. Eventually, I will switch to my own text editor once it works. But I'm working on a text editor, and I'm calling it Babi, named after my typo of Nano. If you shift your hand one to the right, you type Babi. But this is all that Babi does so far. Color test. This is all my text editor does. It neither texts nor edits. It just spits out some colors. Up to that at some point. I was using Emacs recently. Had to open a reference card on another monitor. Yeah. Yeah. I used Emacs once. Apparently there's something that's maybe broken with Precommit and Emacs again. But this guy will not reply to my, like, I absolutely hate when people do this. They'll, like, make an issue, answer one question, and then silence. And, last time maybe we'll try and debug this. Apparently black is broken. We'll see if black's broken. I kind of doubt that black is broken, but where's the one that I did it last time? This one. Yeah, so this was my last adventure into Emacs. I used Docker to set up an Emacs thing and copied and pasted some commands from somewhere. And it was definitely broken. But you know what? This seems interesting enough. Let's try and run Emacs. I don't want to run Emacs. Why are we cloning a specific version of Tox? Oh, I just wanted some repo, I think. And Tox uses black, so that should be fine. Emacs sadness. I always typo Docker build as Docker built, and I don't know why, but I always do that. And unfortunately, it's not something I can just fix with an alias, so I'm going to continue to typo Docker build until I die, probably. Evil Emacs, no. Nano is fine for us. Yeah, well, we'll see if this is we'll see if this is still a bug. Your bot detects Nano and Windows. What are you drinking? I'm drinking water. It's just, it's boring water. Not even fizzy, not even, what is it, flavored. It's just plain water. I think I'm gonna take a break from drinking alcohol for a while, though. Because I drank a lot last night, and don't want to do that again. What exactly kind of water? I mean, you know, that, hydric acid. Wait, no. It would have been oxalic acid? Dihydrogen monoxide? But, yeah. I always write Minkdri. Yeah, I do that one too. I've actually started to record a list of aliases. Is it bash aliases? Yeah. Like, these ones are normal, just like add color in more places. But I typo grep all the time, I typo nano in 2 different ways. chmod, this one I added recently. For whatever reason, I would type chmox. But it's fixed now. It is not H2O? Yeah, it's H2O. I was just trying to be cheeky and give it some other technically correct but different name. Making an Arduino program on the bed. I'm alive under the limits. What do you want to eat for lunch? Oh, I live. I see. What do I want to eat for lunch today? Man, pizza always sounds good. I just thought about pizza. Now I kind of want a pizza. Unfortunately, I'd have to like go to the next town over to get pizza. Also, I'm gonna be streaming, so I'm probably just gonna do breakfast and dinner instead of breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Because otherwise, I would probably go eat lunch right now. But instead, I'm gonna write some code and cry about Emacs. Okay, Docker run Emacs sadness. Here we go. Should have copy and pasted this. Next, I started Emacs setup.py. Let me install Nano so I can actually do some stuff in here. Because I'm not going to try an Emacs. Do you have Lyft Eats like Uber Eats? No, we don't have a food delivery system. I'm not sure that we would either, because I don't think that market aligns well with our business goals, and so I don't know that that'll ever happen. But no. Also, it would super look like we would just be like stealing from Uber's ideas at that point, and that seems not so good. No reply. Had a PyTest issue that I fixed a while back. That I fixed by doing some major... Wait, how did I fix this? Oh, this is when I redid the import machinery in PyTest. This is a big project. I spent a lot of time on this, and it was all for like not a very interesting thing, but it did solve a bunch of bugs, so that was good. Yay! Fixed it! Alright, did this thing finish yet? Yeah. This is an old version of black. Let's update that. With pre-commit auto update, which will automatically bump all these versions. How do you organize your stuff? Like in real life, or like... Oh wait, what? Why is this installing the old version? Oh, because 19.3 beta 0. You mean like on my computer or in real life? On my computer, I use this setup, or on my home directory, I have a bin directory, which is where I put scripts that I want to be on my path. Usually it's just symlinks to other things. I have this opt directory where I install some programs in user space, so like I install Go and PyPy. I also set up a virtual environment with some tools in there. What is this t.py? Syntax error. Let me delete that. I delete all the directories in my home directory except for desktop and downloads, because apparently can't delete those. So I just leave this around. What is this? What is this? I don't know. I installed Go to the conventional place, which is ~/Go. I wish it wasn't that and I would move it, but then I have to have an environment variable and a bunch of other stuff to make it work. And so this is just easier. Screenshots show up in my home directory, so that's why those are there. And I check out all of my projects inside of a workspace directory. And usually this is just a flat checkout of all of my stuff. But I nest some things deeper, so like my Twitch related stuff goes into an Anthony Writes Code directory, and my stuff for Dead Snakes goes into a Dead Snakes directory. This one has a reason, because the runbook scripts write to the directory above you. This one has no reason. So, whatever. Oh, you mean my personal computer, not my VM. Well, my VM is probably the more interesting one. My personal computer, I have a bunch of different drives. These ones are SSDs. This one is a spinning media, but I'm not going to click on it because it's going to make it spin and cause noise and stuff. But C is where I install the operating systems and programs. This is where... What are all of these things? Need those. It's a data drive. Doesn't need EULAs and installer stuff. Hopefully it doesn't. Gone now. This is where I keep like all of my data and media and stuff. And this is where I keep my music, apparently. This is my oldest SSD. It's the least fast one, so I'll just stick this stuff there. Apparently I also put my Android Studio projects on this drive too, which I don't know why, but whatever. And then this drive I put my virtual machines on. And that's my setup. That's my organization. Why do you store music? I don't know. I'm old school and I purchase music. Hey, what's up, Plimerix? Thank you for the follow. I never really got into like Spotify or streaming services, mostly because I don't want to listen to ads, and I listen to the same 500 songs anyway, so I might as well just own them and then like be able to listen to them, I guess. Do I have any partitions? No, I don't partition anything. I also don't run RAID arrays. These are just like full partitions of the drives. Let's see, disk utility. Disk util. Wait. Is it this thing? Oh. Spinning drive spinning. Here's my partitions. Ignore these, they're just the machinery being confused. Where did the iDrive go? Oh, now it's called J. Whatever. But yeah, these are the partitions. This is the boot drive, despite it being disk 3. I don't try and understand things. I think I just plugged them into the wrong slot on the motherboard, and no reason to fix it. But they're NTFS because it's Windows. Yeah, I know, NTFS isn't great, but it's kind of what you have to do for Windows. So, anyway, that's that. Kind of a out there question. But yeah, let's make this Emacs thing break, I guess. Where is it? This one, sure. So we're gonna Emacs a file. Actually, let's pre-commit run black all files. Surely this will change some file, right? No? Okay, Emacs. This is before we switched to the source layout. This is really old code. Okay, we open a file in Emacs. Now we need to run these commands. metax package initialize. Metax. Nope, that was Windows key X. Is it Alt X? Fuck. What? What am I doing? How do I quit Emacs? I don't remember how to quit Emacs. Isn't it Control C, Control X? Is it? How to quit Emacs? Control X, Control Z, that's what I did. What? It won't let me do anything. Save. No. Yes. Okay, I got out. How do you organize in real life? I'm pretty organized, other than like, well, some of my stuff's not super organized. My clothes are pretty organized when I put them away. I don't actually have that many things, so I don't need to organize much other than like clothes and dishes, and I don't know, they go in their cupboards. They're mostly organized by like type and usefulness. I have a stationery drawer, which is has stationery in it. It's pretty well organized, I guess. I don't know. You asked 2 more questions, sir. What was the other one? Do I use Uber? Not, well, I will if it's cheaper. However, in order for it to be cheaper, I would need to be out of Lyft credits, because I get credits with, Result.py has autosave data. Consider MX recover this file. I'm not gonna do that. We're gonna do initialize, what was it? Initialize packages? Package initialize. Oops. Package initialize. Okay. It's doing something. Ruffle. Yeah, man. Struggling to try and quit Emacs was a fun one. Package refresh contents. And package install. maggot. Did that work? We're gonna assume that that worked. So we're gonna do something that Black would rewrite. Hello world. Edit the file in some way. I added hello world to a doc string, then mx maggot status. Maggot status. Save the file. What was I supposed to do next? Yes, we'll save the file. Then I need to S. No, S. What am I doing? Stage file. This is what I want. Okay. Talks. Results. .py. Okay. Staged a file. Now we need CC. CC. Get failed. Press $. Yeah, this works fine. I don't understand. Like a hideous color, but it did work fine. I'm just gonna close this here because I think it works fine. Don't know what is up there, but anyway, I tried. Do you use really useful storage plastic boxes? Not really. I do have some plastic boxes. Or no, I don't. I used to when I lived in Michigan, but not anymore. No. I mostly just put stuff on shelves when I need to, but nope. Not really. Let's see, we learned how to quit Emacs. We're good. I quit Emacs again. I did it. Hey, what's up, Viserious CH? Thank you for the follow. Hopefully your day's going well. Don't use plastic boxes, they're bad for the environment. Yeah, they are bad for the environment. But I guess they're like reusable-ish? I don't know. Everything's bad for the environment. Everything gives you cancer. It's just the way things go. Docker RMI Emacs sadness. Docker system prune-f. Total reclaimed space, 700 megs. That's not bad. Could use a star there. Oh well. Alright, so what do I want to work on next? Let's see. Is there any pre-commit stuff that I could work on? This one we mostly finished. I wanted to do one other thing with this, in that I want this to trigger to turn off the colors, which I don't think it does right now. But yeah, I want to make term equals dumb turn off colors. So that was requested by someone. That should be pretty easy to do. test use color. Test use color. I think I need to set these as well. Test use color, no TTY. So it would be true with and context. Term done. False, and also set this up here but unset. And then TDD this up. Oops. Can I see what is inside your closet, sir? Well, I can just tell you. I don't know that you would want to see. So I have two closets, actually. I have one closet kind of, let's see, kind of that way. And then I have another closet that's kind of that way. This one on my right-hand side has some shirts hanging and some pants hanging. And a jacket, and each of them has a different dirty clothes bin. So this one has lights and that one has darks, and this one has, again, more pants and shirts. It also has my ski jacket and a briefcase that I never used, so not that interesting. Syntax error. I forgot a parenthesis here and here. And here, apparently. How many rooms are there in my house? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish? 6 if you count the laundry room. Setting is always, or setting is auto, and it's a TTY, and the terminals for its color, and os.getEnd term does not equal done. Cool. Are you kidding me, sir? Your house is too big. I mean, this house isn't that big. It's also designed for 2 people, and I just don't have a roommate, so I basically have it all to myself. But it's 2 bedrooms, and 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a laundry room, so it's 6 rooms. Although, like, technically, the living room and the kitchen aren't separated by a door. Oh, I guess you can close the door. You can't close the door to the living room, though. But it is definitely a separate room. Are you a college student? Man, I wish. No, I'm fucking old. I'm 28 years old. I work full-time as a software engineer at Lyft. And, yeah. I did go to college at one point. What do you do with another bedroom? Girl and stuff, sir? Yeah, I wish. No, it just sits empty right now. It has, I don't know, just like, I think I just use it as storage. 23-year-old but looks 23. Thank you, my dude. It's only a matter of time before I have gray hairs, though. Although maybe it'll be like my dad. He didn't really like. He has like a few gray hairs, but he's pretty old. And actually, we can look at a photo of my dad on his website that I wrote for him. This is my dad. He is what? 62, so 57 years old now. And this photo is from last year, I think, but he looks pretty young for almost 60, but I'm hoping I get those genes. Hey, what's up, Sync258? Thank you for the follow. Hopefully your day's going well. You look very young, yeah. Thank you again. Can you talk about what you do, what you're doing at Lyft? Yeah, sure. So I am an infrastructure engineer on the developer experience team, where I build tools and software for developers, mostly around their development environments and build tools associated with them. I also do a bunch of other stuff because I'm kind of the type of person that likes to put my hands in all the cookie jars, and so I often contribute to other stuff as well at Lyft. But I don't work on the apps, and the only time that I really work on services is when I'm helping other teams with stuff. If for an example of a project that I've been working on, or that I'm working on for this half, is I'm helping teams upgrade their services to Python 3. We have somewhere around 600 or 700 services at Lyft, and at the start of the half, there were 132 that were on Python 2, and we're trying to get all of those done by the end of the half. I think there's 84 remaining now, so we've already done like 50 of them. But it's progressing. It takes a lot of, it's a lot of like doing the same work over and over. The slowest part of the project by far is getting teams to deploy their services. And so often what I've been doing is I'm just like, I'm deploying your service, you can watch. And they'll be like, oh, okay, that works. Because like if you try and get someone else to stop what they're doing and deploy, people don't often do that. But anyway, that's kind of an example of a project that I'm working on. But it sounds pretty menial. However, like I've been able to flex a lot of the tools that I've written in order to make this project go faster. So for instance, we used pre-commit to ratchet up linters on a bunch of repositories to make it easier to port them to Python 3. So one of the first thing that I did was I set up Flake8. So to make sure that we're running some amount of sane linting on everything, because before last half, we weren't necessarily linting everything, which kind of terrifies me a little bit. But now we are, so I can sleep better at night. But then we also used tools like Modernize to do some syntax fixing automatically for us. So Modernize was pretty good. It's a little bit buggy, so there were a lot of things that it just like did wrong or like we had to fix up later. But it's a good like first automatic pass. But like here's an example where it just did completely the wrong thing, where from sys import maxint, which maxint is only a thing in Python 2. In Python 3 it's now a max size. And Modernize just did this to the code instead of fixing this, which is fun. But things like that, we tried to automate as much as possible. We also used Pylint as part of that rollout. Pylint, because Pylint has a Py3K mode. Pylint Py3K, which where is the options? Pylint features, here we go. Py3K, in Python 3 porting mode, all checkers will be disabled and only messages emitted by the porting checker will be displayed. Yeah, that's that one. Where's the Python 3 checker? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so all of these options help you better port Python 2 and Python 3 compatible code. This one took a lot of manual fixing, though, unfortunately. But once we had that working, it was better. And then we also used this other tool that I wrote called PyUpgrade, which does some syntax fixing. PyUpgrade is mostly meant as a burn the bridges tool, but it also helps with Python porting, because it'll do some stuff like it'll fix up this being a syntax error in Python 3, or these calls not being validated by Flake8, or being validated by Flake8, and fixing the literal comparisons. And this fixes a Python 3 thing as well. There's a bunch of stuff like this, but that's what PyUpgrade will do there. Let's see, Sublime. That's a good handle. How do you think less experienced programmers can learn more? So the way that I learn programming is just by doing a lot of things. So like, anytime I run into something where I'm like, why does that work that way? And then like digging into it more and more. I think that's like how I've got most of my programming knowledge. But also just like building stuff, I think, is the best way to learn. Especially if it's like useful to you. And that, like, the reason that I say that is like, as you build something for yourself, you're more motivated to try and understand how things work and like get rewarded from doing that, so to speak. It's like it's helping yourself. Greetings from Brazil. Nice to hear you from Brazil. I'm in San Mateo, California, so hello from San Mateo, California. I think it's pretty cool that because programming is kind of like a broad concept on Twitch, I get people from all over the world that tune in. It's pretty cool to see everyone else's perspective. Oh, it's Sublime because of the band. Ah, okay. Not because of the text editor. I see. Because there's Sublime text as well. Is it Sublime of Rome? Is that the Sublime? Or is it Sublime actually Sublime? Wait, is this the name of the band? Wait. No, this is different. Sublime with Rome. I obviously don't know what I'm talking about. Long Beach Sublime. I got it. Got it. Cool. But yeah, we're making this patch here. Disable color if term equals dumb is detected. Why did the music stop? Oh, because we got to the end of the playlist. Whoops. I thought I put on the... Alright, we'll just start over the playlist then. Like, it does seem, like, oddly quiet right now. Okay, cool. So, I think this patch is done. Basically what we did here is I wrote a test, which set up the environment in the proper way and made sure that a dumb term is a thing that turns off color. Pretty straightforward. Relates to 1073. Wow, over 1,000 issues. I guess most of those are probably pull requests, right? Huh? No, most of them are issues. That's surprising. The issue count is more than the pull request count. Cool, so that's another thing that I can check off. This one I could do, it's essentially a one-line fix, but I kind of want some outside contributor to pick this one up, because it might be, it's an easy open source ticket, so It's just like a tiny microbug in the way this works. I can demo this as well too. So if I do git fig init.templatedir / templatedir, and then I do precommit init templatedir and pass the same value in. Oops. Pass the same value in. Wait, why did it work that time? Oh, I think if I do this, and then I do this, yeah, you get the error. So this should be fine, because this directory is the same as, let me see if it works. Yeah. So git will expand this tilde. Oh, what? What? Oh. I set... There's two git configs and I set it in the wrong place. Wait, no, what? Where did this go? Okay, now it's set it like I expected. Yeah. So even if I have this value here, it should still set up the git hooks automatically. Yeah, it does. But git doesn't understand, well, precommit doesn't understand that git knows how to expand this path, and so it really just needs like one expand path call in the right place and a quick test to make sure that works too. And that code is in here. So here is where this warning comes from. So it really just needs, it really just needs this here to have expand user on the front. Should be an easy fix if someone wants to pick it up. But I'm not going to work on that because I'm hoping someone else will. I need to still review this patch. I think this patch is never gonna ship. Too easy. Yeah, it is pretty easy, Sarcastic Dante. That's why I wanted to leave it for someone else. But, I think I can work on this patch, this fix here. Why did we close this? I don't know. I'm gonna merge this PR if it passes tests, but it looks like it's not passing tests. Docs failed? What? Not found .talks. Oh. Warning, retry. Network is unreachable. Ugh. It flaked because of the internet. Can I just like rerun? Is that what this does? Or run. It does fix the test though, so I can just merge it. I really, really don't like this button. It's too easy to click this button. Also, it shows up even if you have open pull requests, which is super broken. Like, I have open pull requests to Python. Pretty sure, unless they fixed it. I don't think they fixed it, though. Closed. Yeah. So, there's the delete fork button. But if we look at my open PRs, well, these aren't mine. That's everyone's PRs. But if we look at mine, I have many open pull requests, and it's still saying that I should delete my fork. Just like, why? Sarcastic Dante says, fuck Twitter. Yeah, they changed their layout. Now it's kind of hard to see what's going on. It's a bit of a mess. Also, there's so much white space. But apparently there's, like, dark mode now or something. So, like, everyone's like, oh, dark mode, yeah. I don't even know how to do it, though. The one thing that kind of annoys me is, hey, what's up? An Eagle Died. Thank you for the follow. Dark mode has always been a thing. Oh, well, shows how much I know. Oh my god, what stupid thing did I do that I had 15 notifications? But the one thing that I find that's annoying is, and this is how I usually make my tweets for my stream, is I'll open up my own profile and I'll copy and paste or I'll look at the message from one of the previous ones because I try and phrase them the same way every time. It's usually like, I'll be streaming in 60 minutes, blah 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 blah. Bring your questions, come by and chat. And then there used to be a button on this page where I could directly make a tweet from here, but it doesn't exist anymore, so can't do that. It's just like one of those tiny minor annoyances. It's on the left? Oh, it's right here. Okay, never mind, I'm an idiot. Okay, well, then it's fine, whatever. Big blue button, yeah. I just, I can't read, apparently, so, yikes. Oh well. What are all these notifications? What stupid shit did I do? Or is someone else just, like, complaining? Looks like someone else is complaining. Let's see. I will try that, thanks. Okay. I posted the sources. Mostly this thread. Fairly easy to build CPython. This is a discussion about why doesn't Python provide builds of Linux Pythons to download, and the answer is because it's really hard to do right, or really hard to adhere to the system concepts, not concepts. Constructs? No, that's not the right word either. Conventions. That's the word I was looking for. I knew it started with a C and an O. Missing VM in Ubuntu is my favorite one. Yeah, it's really annoying. Yeah, Debian's packaging is pretty weird. Which I know all too well because I spend a bunch of time dealing with their packaging for Dead Snakes. I think these are all just those messages that I read. Devs/hackers/makers. Ooh, I don't know if I can quite live up to the hackers/makers category. I can be a developer though. But Sullivan says it's hiding in plain sight. Incognito button. Yeah. No, it's just because I am bad at reading, I guess. Yeah. But bad at reading. Oh well. Okay, so now I'm gonna work on that other issue that we saw before, and then maybe I'll work on my text editor. But I want to get this one out of the way because I've been thinking about it a lot, and we'll make it happen. Let's see. Okay, test editor would delete some directory. I don't even know that I would add another, like, how would I add another test for this? That's the problem. Maybe I just won't write a test and we'll see what the other maintainer has to say. Other maintainers, I guess. It's not just one guy. So we have this situation where Tox checks a bunch of things to see whether or not it should be able to delete the directory. And so right now what it tries to do is, like, does it look like a virtual env? Or sorry, is it completely non-existent? That's cool. If it doesn't have anything in it, that's also cool. Or if it looks like a virtual environment, it'll delete it. But no other scenarios. Hey, what's up, Nalaj? Thank you for the follow. Every follow is appreciated. I caught myself there. I was about to say this the same silly thing that I used to always say, but now I'm adjusting it. Reddit at least allowed you to use the old design. Yeah, I feel really bad for their developers to maintain two websites though. Hey, what's up, Gavin 101? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, the old Reddit, new Reddit thing is pretty funny. Does anyone actually prefer new Reddit? I feel like it's just harder to use. Silliness is appreciated. Nice. Well, it can be pretty silly sometimes, so I'm happy to oblige. But I think the what is this dot exists? I think the other check that we were talking about is to make these, instead of greater than, be greater than or equal to, so that a virtual env that doesn't have like an include directory is still fine. And also to allow, if it has a .tox-config file in it, which Tox creates automatically in these environments. 937-al. So there, you end up with this tox-config1. Is that the version number of this? How does this work? Path config. Black is gonna rewrite this. I don't know why I bothered. Or P starts with .tox-config. Tox has marked this as an environment it has created in the past. Or Tox config 1 in... I guess I should say equals tox config 1. Or tox config 1 is in the dir items. Should, in theory, make this work. New Google is a thing. Really? What is Google's redesign? Why would they ever redesign this? It's just like so simple. I mean, I guess they did update this to be curved and like the logo changed and these buttons are different, but it's still mostly the same. I'm still preferring old Reddit. Yeah, I mean, I do too. Well, Reddit, PayPal's design sucks as well. I feel like PayPal's has never been good. I feel like I don't use PayPal enough though. Remember when Chrome changed how their tabs look? I don't usually use Chrome, but I do remember when Firefox moved the tabs from being on the bottom to the top, and it was just like, why did you do this? But now I don't even care. Now I don't even notice. I used to reconfigure my browser too to move them, but now I just, whatever, I don't even bother. But yeah, happens. Redesigns happen. You gotta give product managers and developers busy work to do at some point in time. But yeah, it's a thing. So how would I simulate this? I guess I could do devenv venv and then what is that about? Oh, setup tools SCM. Gross. And then I could delete all the directories in there. Bin and venv lib. And then if I run devenv again, so this should fail. Deprecation warning, this will be an error in tox 4 and above. What happened here? Test command found, but not installed in the test env. Command is Python. Env is... What happened here? Oh, I see. It should be tox-r recreate. Okay, so this errors right now, but if we use the version of Tox that I'm developing on, it should succeed. Chrome removed video controls. That was fun. Wait, they removed video controls? Remember when they changed Yelpy Red? Yeah, they fucking changed Yelpy Red. I'm still mad about that. So Yelp's Red has changed like several times. But Mindful Fox remembers the story about this. This page, yelp.com/style guide, I used to work at Yelp. Yelp.com/style guide, which is not supported at different Zoom levels. Well, it kind of still works. But this used to be like D4 something, but now it's D3 something, so it's a slighter shade of red. But when this service was getting created, this was the very first front-end service at Yelp. And by front-end service, I mean it was a separate code base from the monolith that served website content to users. And the very first version of this service was just a blank page that said Yelpy Red at the top, and the background was Yelpy Red. But then it evolved into the service that you see today, which shows all of the various components that are rendered on Yelp.com. I feel like I got in trouble for doing this. Did someone fix this again? Or did somebody actually upload a cat? No, this is still just Place Kitten. I got, like... I forget who was mad. Someone was mad that I used Place Kitten on this website. But apparently it's back, so... Webs? Place Kitten is great, though. It's, if you ever need, like, a placeholder image, it will just, like, generate one for you, and you can pick whatever dimensions you want. Open image in new tab. So, like, this is a 408 by 287 pixel image. But if we wanted, like, a 500 pixel image, 500 tall, it'll just do that. And, it just picks a different image. I think it's consistent which image it picks. Some, like, algorithm or something. But look at this kitten! But, Place Kitten's pretty good, but someone was, like, unhappy. I think it might have gone down at one point, and then someone, like, griped about it, but who knows. But there's all sorts of, little things that happen on various parts of the, website. Oh, they're showing the deprecated ones again? Wait, how do I unhide it? Y button. Huh. There's no hide button, which I think is funny on these. This looks like it. Oh. Great! It's a secret to everybody. But yeah, I worked on Yelp's style guide. But it's great, because product managers always want to change all of these things all the time, and so there's always busy work to do. This is a review. This is all of the things that could show up on a single review at the same time. So it's possible that a review shows up with all of this nonsense. And when we showed this to Jeremy, who's the CEO, he's like, "Why do we have all these things?" And he's like, "Because you asked for all of these features." Isn't that Yelp's Bootstrap? Yeah, it's basically Yelp's Bootstrap. Gavin asks, where do you work now? I work at Lyft. I do similar stuff to what I did at Yelp. I work on developer experience, so I build dev tools and dev environments and stuff like that. But yeah, render very large. There also used to be a like render very, very large and a render small, but I think we got rid of small stars. And I think the very, very large is only used on the review page. Write a review. Oh, they changed? Oh, this is new write a review. Oh, this is a big deal. I think if I click on this... What? What kind of shitty experience is that? Oh, that takes me to the business. This takes me to the review page. Oh, they switched these. These used to be a bigger star thing. Oh, that looks crappy. Why does it just show SFO here? That's broken. Yeah, well, I found a bug in Yelp. That's fancy. But useless. Why would you do this? You can collapse this, but it doesn't make the box bigger. Man, this page. Why did they not QA this? This is awful. Right? Like, shouldn't collapsing this make this bigger? Is it because I'm not at the right zoom? Well, now it looks even sillier. This is broken now. What if they did QA? Well, actually, Yelp doesn't have any quality assurance at all. Like, their closest equivalent to quality assurance is like product managers. Let me ping my friend at Yelp. Maybe they'll get this fixed. Hi, friend. Oh, he's not online. This looks broken. The business name. But I learned a really fun thing about Yelp. If you write a review that has this, and you put text here, it'll always make this text bold and bright blue. But no one knows this. It's a secret. So if you want to make a Yelp review that looks pretty funny, you can do this. And the reason that it does this is the way the search works. So go to yelp.com, not GitHub, yelp.com, biz. Just pick a business. Pick the worst business, it takes forever to load. So you can search reviews. Let's search for pre-commit. That's definitely not going to show up. Nothing. Food. Yeah, so see how it highlights this as food? The way this is implemented is this query is passed to the search backend, and the search backend puts that special little highlight sigil. Where did it go? This highlight sigil. It puts that around this text, and then the front end transforms that into that highlight tag. But the other fun part is if you just leave out the end highlight, I think it just highlights the rest of the page. Because it just never terminates the tag. But yeah, 10 out of 10. Super awesome, super robust code. But yeah. So if you have a review on Yelp and want your review to be this awesome color of blue and bolded, right now you know how to do it. Let's highlight the world. Yeah, I don't think anyone has figured it out yet, though. Or I don't think any public reviews have it. Last time I checked, which was 2015, there weren't any. The only one that existed that had used that was my review in staging, where I was like, I wonder if this works, and sure enough, it works. But... yeah, I'm not gonna actually write a review for SFO. Sorry, Yelp. What was I doing? Oh. I was trying the new talks -r, and it is recreating, so that fixes that. Recreate allow marked directory. I broke my nail in the restaurant, 1 star. Is that actually a thing? I broke my nail in the restaurant. I mean, it would be something that someone would do. Okay. What is this? Is a restaurant liable for a broken tooth injury caused by something in their food? It depends on the nature of the item. Hey, what's up, Sky Blue? Thank you for the subscription. 2 months in a row. Did you say anything with it? No. You just subscribed. Thank you for the sub. It's greatly appreciated. People always leave stupid reviews. Yeah, they do. And people are dumb. Whether a restaurant is liable for foreign items in their food usually depends on what the item is and how it got into their food. If it is something metal like a screw or a staple and the restaurant workers accidentally put it in the food, you may have a pretty good case. If it's a bone and you're eating a hamburger, it is harder to say that the restaurant is liable. It is also difficult to prove who is liable if there is no way to prove from where the item originated. You may have a claim depending on the facts of your case. What a weird... I don't know why I'm reading this. Oh, it's one of his rewrite branches. Okay, so that's why we couldn't find that fixture earlier. Makes sense. I'm gonna guess that I'm gonna get 1383. Improve, recreate, check by allowing directories containing tox config 1. The marker file created by tox by user. I hate RST. It's so hard to write. I don't like it. Improve, recreate, check by looking for tox config 1. App24 asks, what are you making? I'm working on a tool called Tox, which is a command line Python testing virtualenv creating tool. You can kind of think of it as a replacement for make for Python. But it knows its basic goals are to create virtual environments and collect some commands and run them. But I'm fixing some like very minor bugs in them. What did? Oh yeah. I was like, yeah, Black is gonna rewrite this later, and sure enough, Black did. But it's great. I don't actually have to care about it. I can just commit it and continue because pre-commit will make sure it's right for me. Now that I've completed that, I don't know what I'm gonna work on next. Oh, I was gonna work on my text editor. Yeah, we'll try and do something with my text editor, which will be me learning some stuff because I have no idea what I'm doing with my text editor. Let's see, write it in Rust. No, I'm gonna continue to write it in Python. I'm like the kind of end goal for it is that if I end up on a box that doesn't have an editor, I want to be able to just like copy this one file in and run it. I guess if it doesn't have a text editor, like why would it have Python? I don't know. Who knows? But I kind of want to write in Python, even though it's going to be slower than like obviously Rust. Oh, I guess I could have left these alone. Yeah, let me just leave those alone. Or Nim. Yeah, Nim would be interesting. I know Juan would be happy if I wrote it in Nim. But I don't know any Nim. I guess you can compile Nim to Python, right? Compile Nim to Python. I don't want a bridge, I want it to produce Python code. I know it can write to JavaScript. Maybe I should have it write to JavaScript and then compile the JavaScript into Python and then... No, that's a terrible idea. Like mscript in something or another somewhere in the toolchain. File targets with Nim. Okay, apparently it can target C++, Objective-C, and JavaScript. I guess I would just need to make one that compiles to Python. I don't know that I want to write a backend for Nim though. Seems like a lot of work. Maths.c. seems neat. Memory management. Since JavaScript provides automatic memory management, you can freely pass objects between the two languages. Passing a nim string to C or reading a C string in nim requires you to be aware of who controls what to avoid crashing. Yeah, Go has the same deal. You have to worry about what you're passing over the boundaries. So now we're only changing this part here? Wait. I pushed the wrong place. Oh, no, I just need to refresh again, I guess. That should be good. Where's my notification? Run hook once. Perfect, works like a charm. Cool. Yeah, I answered this guy's question. He basically wanted a feature where pre-commit doesn't pass the file names. And it turns out we have such a feature, and it's called pass file names. And so I basically just pointed him at the docs and fixed it. I also answered him on Stack Overflow, so I also got points here too. You know, double dipping. But let's see. Okay, I'm gonna try and work on my text editor, I guess. I think the things that I want it to do today. Do I have issues? No. I've literally done nothing with this other than my color thing. So I think what I want to try and do today is make opening a file work and maybe displaying the contents and start working on navigation. But who knows if I will get that far. So right now it just does this and exits. So like, in theory it should be able to open itself. But we don't have that working yet. So let's try and get that working. And who knows where that'll take us. Hey, what's up? Oh wait. I remember how to say your name, because you told me before. Is it just Specs? Still Babi. Babi in 2019, yeah. But hey, how's your day going? Yeah, Babi will be the new Nano. it'll be the new joke. It's good. I'm tired. I'm a little bit tired too. I didn't sleep enough last night. Internship is done. Nice. How did your internship go? Did you enjoy it? Did you learn a bunch of stuff? Okay, so one thing that I want to do with my text editor is similar to Nano. I want it to have a top bar like this. So I think I'll do that. Microcontrollers. How will I do that? Microcontrollers and proto threads. Oh. So we want it to take file names. File name nrs equals star and I guess, what is it? Target equals file names? Is that how that works? Oh, it's dest. Dest equals. Dest supplied twice for positional argument. Oh, maybe it's this? I just want it displayed properly. Can we get that? Okay, there we go. File names. File name, file name, file name. C main. What I learned in boating school is... I did take boating school once. I think I've forgotten almost all of it. I think what did they teach us? They taught us like all of the terminology, like bow and stern and starboard and all that shenanigans, which is like, why do you have special words for right and left? Why can't it just be right and left? What else? They taught us about like the little lights that are on boats and like how to drive at night and all that other stuff. Trying to guess the parameter name. Yeah, I should have just... There was a tweet about this recently, wasn't there? A good one? Where it's like, not reading... Oh wait, no, I sent it to someone. So I still have it. Grab that. It was a good one. Where did I post it? Why is Slack freaking out? What are you doing? Where did I post this? I was pretty sure I put it in the memes channel. Oh yeah, here it is. This is exactly me right now. Why would you ever spend a few minutes reading the documentation when you can spend a few hours randomly trying things? Except I did eventually just figure it out. It only took me a couple minutes. But I should have just looked at the docs. That would have been much faster. Did you actually go on the boat? Oh, during the boating class? No. But I have driven a boat. I've also driven a boat at night, which, learning those indicators was kind of useful, I guess. But, I don't know, the lake was empty at night, so it wasn't really a huge deal. The next engineers know the docs by heart. Yeah. This message is sponsored by the TypeScript gang. Yeah. I could have read MyPy and it would have told me also. Okay, but we have a file name now. I kind of want to display a header. Don't know how this is going to work, but let me look up the curses documentation. 3 curses. Let me Make sure I'm not just talking shit first. Git log tops config 1. Yeah, there's no way that happens. Yeah, that file is super old. So never mind. Screw that. Anyway, good reviews. Oh, yeah, if only I knew the docs by heart. The problem with the curses documentation is it's really, really long. Oh, this isn't even the one that I wanted. This is the tutorial. Windows and paths. Windows are the basic abstraction in curses. A window object represents a rectangular area of the screen. Is that not what this is? Curses window? Note that the coordinate system used in curses is unusual. Coordinates are always passed in the order y, x. Why? Why would you do this? That's so annoying. And the top left is 0, 0. That makes sense. This breaks the normal... Maybe this explains why. This breaks the normal convention for handling coordinates where the x coordinate comes first. This is an unfortunate difference from most other computer applications, but it's been part of curses since it was first written, and it's too late to change things now. Cries in curses. Curses.lines and curses.calls variables. When you call a method to display or erase text, the effect doesn't immediately show up on the display. Instead, you must call the refresh method. This is because curses was originally written with slow 300 baud terminal connections in mind. For example, if your program displays some text and then clears the window. Oh, does this mean curses computes all the differences for you? So you don't have to do any of that? In practice, explicitly telling it to redraw isn't a big deal. Okay. That's weird, because I didn't need to do that. I never called refresh here in my color test thing, and that thing works fine. Like, this works fine. I don't know why. Maybe the, like, wait for input automatically calls that? What is that function even called? Oh, the music stopped again? Why are you not? Oh no, you're going. You're just quiet. See. And the lawn people are loud. What is even the function I was looking for? Get ch. Can I get it from there? Oh, I can get it from the source code. And C? Versus module. Get a character code from the terminal keyboard. The integer return does not have to be in the ASCII range. Function keys, keypad keys, and so on return numbers higher than 256. In no delay mode, -1 is returned if there is no input. Otherwise, getch waits until a key is pressed. I literally just passed this through to the underlying wget.ch, so I guess I could look at the curses documentation. Curses wget.ch. If the window is not a pad and it has been moved or modified since the last call to wrefresh, wrefresh will be called before another character is read. Okay, so getch automatically calls refresh. Got it. Guess that makes sense. Yes, I do use Pigeon specs. In fact, here's my instance of Pigeon. Is running a few different servers. So there's the Darwin server, there's the OCF server, which is the computing facility at Berkeley. Even though I didn't go there, I just hang out there and talk to Chris mostly. And then Freenode is the other server I use. But yeah, let's see. How many chat clients do I have open right now? I have Twitch chat, which is 1. I have Google chat. I have Slack. I have Discord. I have Facebook chat. I have IRC. And is that it? Still 6. I guess you could almost include Twitter. Although I don't know that Twitter is actually a chat client. It does have instant messaging, but them DMs. But yeah, I have too many chat clients. Is there still people on IRC? I use IRC quite a lot. It's certainly died down from when it was way more popular. But I still use it. So I think it's fine. It gets the job done. But yeah, it's definitely like, it's pretty archaic. But I think it's still useful. Okay, so we don't need to call refresh if we're calling getch. So that's good. When there are simpler alternatives, IRC isn't going to be that popular. Yeah, it would be nice. I mean, like, I don't think Slack will kill IRC, is what I'm trying to say. Like, Discord, maybe? Because Discord seems to be a very, very simple alternative that isn't super heavy. Although Discord is a little bit clunky to use, in my opinion. Mostly because the web app isn't so great. But I don't know. Discord's fine. It's what I use for the Twitch stream. So like, this is the Anthony Writes Code Discord. You can find the link in the description, or you can do #Discord, and that'll show you the link as well. But we use that for chatting and programming memes and announcing the streams and that sort of stuff. But it works pretty well. But I don't know that Discord will also kill IRC, because I feel like it's not simple enough. But IRC is a nice, like, simple, very, very straightforward protocol, like easy stuff like that. If Discord F-sub, you can't sue them. You have to go through a Californian arbitration service. True. I guess there's not much to do for IRC though, because it's almost always your own damn fault. Okay, so we're gonna do add stir. Display the string stir or the character ch at the current position. Or you can display it using an attribute, or you can display it at a position with an attribute. So what I want to do is display something similar to this, but at the top of the screen. So we are going to try and do that. Is it add stir? And then the y will be 0, the x will be 0. And then we need to, actually let's just make a little function for this. Right header. So I think we'll need the file name and modified as a boolean. And I'm making modified a keyword only argument by using the star here. So I would have to pass it by name if I ever did it. Discord has no clear monetization. Yeah. It's pretty true. I mean, you can pay to use emojis, but like, fuck that. I'm not doing that. Or pay to use animated emojis, I think it is. You can still use static emojis. But yeah, I don't see that as like a sustainable monetization model. They don't really have like Discord Enterprise, like Slack has kind of dominated that space. Could you imagine like using Discord for work? That'd be crazy. Let's not make it take multiple files for now, and we'll kind of have to design this, which is the problem. I don't quite know how to structure a program like this, unfortunately, so MyPy's gonna be mad because that doesn't return anything. Actually, will MyPy be mad? We'll find out. Someone is knocking on my door. Well, sucks to be them. I guess maybe what I could do is, well, let's support multiple files. Okay, so if args.filename file names, I guess file names equals args.filenames or new buffer. I guess I could use none as the file name. And then, what does nano do? What does nano do when you give it? Okay, it just displays new buffer up here. Okay. For file name in file names. We'll probably change how that works later. Because I want to make it so I can switch between files at some point. I'm getting way ahead of it. That's odd. I want to make it eventually so I can switch between file names, but I don't want to get too ahead of myself because I think I'll just like go down a rabbit hole of like trying to get this right the first time and never finish. So let's just do the simplest thing first. We won't even do file names. We'll just do file name. And make it optional. What if you pass a directory? Yeah. You know, I don't even want to think about it. But actually, what does nano do when you pass a directory? Nano include. Include as a directory. Cool story, bro. But it would be nice if you could do like. You're still knocking at my door. Alright, I'm gonna go see what they're up to, because this person's not going away. But I'll be right back. I'm also gonna get a drink of water, so I'll see you guys in a minute. Well, turns out it was nobody. I think someone's like doing work in the basement or something, if I had to guess. So it's probably just a hammer and not actually someone knocking on the door. But, I don't know. So this was the response to this issue. But anyway, back to the text editor. So what was I doing? Okay, so file name will be an optional thing. Let's do return. Actually, we'll just do the loop here. We need to write the header, which will take args.filename, and for now modified equals false. So we'll figure out the modification later. Let's see. So we're going to standard screen dot add stir. Oops. Add stir at 0, 0. And we need to figure out how to draw some text. So we need to figure out what the text is going to be first. We need to know the size of the window, which is versus dot calls. So we want let's put a version string here for now. Does Nano center this? Is this centered? How many characters are over here? 39 on that side. Oops, I closed a tab. Hopefully that tab wasn't important. 33 on this side. So it's not centered on that, it's centered on this. What? Is this centered now? Okay. So it is centered between these two texts, which is a little bit weird. I feel like it would make the most sense to center it overall. And I don't want this whole like modified text here. I'm probably just gonna put like a star next to this because I think that's what VS Code does. So I don't need to worry about centering it over here. I think I'm gonna center it overall. And then splat this over top maybe? Okay. Center, let's see, file name equals file name or new file. If args.modified, if modified, then we'll put something else on the end of the file name plus equals a star. Does Nano do anything tricky if you do like Nano AB? Fine. If modified, we're going to add a star onto it, and then we're going to center that. Centered. I guess we do text equals version stir plus a space, F string here, plus a space, plus file name dot is it center? Foo dot center. Yeah. Dot center versus dot calls, and then slice that from len version stir plus 1. Maybe. Now I need to use a color. Let's not do a color, and then we can add a color after. Let's see what this looks like. Standard. I can't type. Oh, look at that. Hey. And this is actually centered, whereas in Nano, it's off center. And we don't have any editing parts yet, but that's a thing. Okay, so I want to invert it just like this does. Now add language server protocol support. Baby steps. Sarcastic Dante, baby steps. Okay, where's the invert? Versus dot a reverse. This will give me just a white highlight, I think. This is what I want, I think. So that'll make it highlighted white, I think. Hey! Look guys, I've made Nano. What's a babi? It's a... I'm running a text editor, despite better judgment. And the reason I'm calling it babi for now is on a QWERTY keyboard. QWERTY keyboard. There. On a QWERTY keyboard, if you type nano, so N-A-N-O, but you shift your right hand over by one, you end up typing B-A-B-I. That's where babi comes from. And I typed that enough that I have set it up as a bash alias. So if I type babi, I get nano. So that's why, for now, I'm calling my text editor babi. But that might change in the future. Okay, so I think I kind of want to pad the version string by a space. So we're gonna put a space there and put a 2 here. Hey, what's up, Warpaint? Thank you for the follow. Hopefully your day's going well. Oops, that is not what I want. I did Control O in my other window. Control O is right in now, but it's open in literally everything else. So I'll probably change that in babi. We'll see. So does that look better now? Yeah. babi v0. Okay, so that seems like a thing. Now we need to figure out how to write text. Like, actually open a file. I think I'll keep the file as a string IO object. I don't know why I clicked on this Stack Overflow. This is what I wanted. Do I want my text editor to be able to edit binary files? I think no. Does that make things easier? I think it does. Yeah, I think I'm gonna not have it edit binary files. Is it going to be one file, babi.py? I think that's the goal. It depends how large it gets. If it gets large, I'll split it up. Says the person that maintains PyUpgrade that has a single file that's 2,000 lines long. Keep it simple and no binary. Yeah, that's my thought. And just like refuse files that are not binary, or that are not UTF-8. Actually, that's another thing. Like, should it be able to load things in other encodings? Do I want to worry about encodings? Probably not. So I think what I'll do is just stick to UTF-8 initially, and if I want to add other encodings later, I'll add other encodings later. Alright. Right header. So I think the way this is going to work is it's going to be an event loop. Kind of, sort of, event loop. Where it's essentially going to get this get.ch a bunch of times in a row. So there's probably going to be a draw, and then get.ch, and then while true, handle that character. Actually, I can probably just do while true, and then it'll do like draw and then get character, and then process the character, and then let it continue, and like manage the state up here, I guess. File name is not none. If open file name new line equals, don't modify them. Coding equals UTF-8. We're just gonna read the whole contents of the file into memory. What could go wrong? It's a text editor, right? That's a normal thing to do. We have many gigabytes of RAM in this day and age, hopefully. Otherwise, contents equals io dot string io of the empty string. Does Nano know if I add something? Yeah, it doesn't. It just sets the modified bit forever after there. So I don't need to actually know whether it's truly modified or not. I wonder if does code do the same thing? So like if I modify the file, yeah, it still thinks it's modified. Okay. Getting some precedent. Because assumedly the people that designed that knew what they were doing. Unlike me. Not sure if you want these kind of comments, but it might be cleaner if you remove the else since you return in the if. it would be at least not indented. But I was thinking of maybe having a bunch of separate commands that would be switched up at the top. Oh, damn it. I did one space too few. Yeah, it was fine. But eventually I think it'll end up looking like return editor standard screen. And like basically just be these 4 lines. But I don't know. The code will evolve as it needs to evolve, I guess. You set the cursor position in cursors. Set cursor. Set the cursor state. Visibility can be set to 0, 1, or 2. Invisible, normal, and very visible. What is very visible? On many terminals, the visible mode is an underlined cursor, and the very visible mode is a block cursor. So we'll probably use the very visible mode, which I assume is what this is. That little blinky guy there. Our Redemption asks, did you program before college and university? Yes. I started programming mostly to cheat at math homework. I guess not to cheat, to make math homework easier. One of the first programs that I wrote was a quadratic solver for math class, and I think it was in 5th grade. I was like 10 years old. I wrote it using Visual Basic 6 in a... actually, it might have been VB5. In a Microsoft Word document that we redistributed with floppy disks. You would open up the Word macro button. You would click a button on a Word document, enable macro mode, and it would spin up like a win form that you would type into 3 text boxes, and it would spit out the answer for you. But I also did a bunch of web development and other stuff in middle school and high school. So this is one of the websites that I built with a friend of mine, which is an IP address website, but the neat gimmick is that it produces images, and you can embed those images. It's still a little bit broken, and the colors on the homepage are pretty ugly, but it also hasn't been updated since, I don't know, 2012-ish, I think was the last time I worked on this. But you can see it's also broken, because I'm definitely not running Windows NT 4. I'm running Windows 10, but I never fixed the operating system detection to be slightly better. But what it's seeing is it's seeing this string and saying, oh, you're running Windows NT 4. But really it should be parsing more of this and understanding that this is actually NT 10, not NT 4. But that's just all those things kind of go. But yeah, I did a bunch of web development. I also built a website for our media productions course in middle school? Middle school. Must have been middle school. Where basically we gave the news to students every day, and we wanted some way to have people interact. We built a website. And then we put games on it because we realized that the school couldn't block their own domain, and they had an internet filter that blocked games and stuff, but can't block your own website, so we just put games on the school website. Just a little cheeky, but it worked pretty well. When did you get started with Python and open source? Sure. So the first Python that I wrote was really bad Python. My first Python was awful. Because I mostly come from a C-like language background, and so a lot of the conventions in Python are pretty different. Snake case is different, and I guess mostly just snake case ish. Oh, and I didn't realize how to write a for loop properly, so all of my loops were while loops that did +=1, and it mostly worked. Our Redemption, thank you for the subscription. It's greatly appreciated. Happy to have you here. But yeah, my first Python was really bad. It was for an autograder system for Intro to Programming in college, which I was a TA for. And I was changing how the backend worked to make it more flexible for adding projects. Before that, the backend was a mix of, let's see, Make, C, C++, C Shell, Perl, Bash. The C Shell was by far the weirdest part. C Shell is a very strange programming language, but it was weird. There's like an example C Shell. Hey, what's up? Energ72, thank you for the follow. But yeah, C Shell kind of reads a little bit like C, and it's interesting. But yeah, I replaced the whole backend with a Python setup, and it basically, I think it allowed like 3 modes of programming solutions. It was like, one of the modes was it compiled the C++ code and then ran a bunch of individual test cases. Another one was a like find the bugs type of situation where the user would submit test cases and it would run it several times to make sure the user isn't cheating, and then like make sure that they exposed buggy implementations. I forget what the third one was. Actually, I think I still have the code for it. Let's see if I still have the code for it. I don't own the code, so I probably shouldn't have the code for it, but I might. Because I was paid by the university to write the code. I actually did it over Christmas one year because I was super bored and pretty lonely. Let's see, I think I called it autograder. If not, I can still SSH into the old machine, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, I do maybe still have it? Yes. Yes, I do. Including a very, very old version of pre-commit, which was shell back then. But let's see if I can figure out. let's see some of my really bad programming project. Why did I have meta classes? No. Project meta, double under new. Oh, I did it for validation. Type checking, essentially. Sort those suckers by ID! This was my angsty comments are okay phase in programming. This is also a really bad comment. There's no reason for this. Like, I could have just left this comment out. Oh, but how did this work? Programming project, Python project, testing project, code testing project. Oh, there were also file inputs. That was another thing that you could do. This is also when I believed that doc strings should be triple single quotes before I was more learned. But yeah, this is some of the first Python code that I wrote. It's not that good. At least here I had fixed it so it used proper looping. But I think this targeted Python 2.4 at the time, which was really old even in 2013, but the problem was I was developing against Red Hat 6. Oh no, it was Red Hat 5, I think. It was just like really old. But some of my first Python was this. Oh yeah, but let me continue on that question because I'm on a damn tangent there. The first time I wrote Python professionally was in 2012 when I worked at Yelp. I started as a JavaScript developer, but transitioned into full stack where I wrote Python. And open source, I don't really know when I got started with open source. Probably 20, well, we can check, right? That's the thing we can do. My user page overloads. Oh, we had it open. or whatever. So I joined GitHub in 2011. Oh no, this is just backdated stuff. I used to run my own Git server. What, 7 repositories? Okay, yeah, this is still my private server that I eventually moved into GitHub. This is the first year that I made I guess 2013 was the first year that I made a project that I released that was kind of cool, which is this Git code debt tool. This was written during a hackathon project to try and track technical debt in the monolith at Yelp. And basically you define your own code metrics using some functions, and it generates a dashboard that gives you like a within the last day, within the last week, like slices over a period. You can categorize and group the metrics, and it produces graphs. The main reason that I wanted to do this was to make graphs. And I still do this. I refer to it as graph-driven development, where like if you put something on a chart and tell someone that up and to the right is bad, they will often just naturally make it go down and to the right. And so like we basically, whenever we wanted to track and kill something in the monolith, we would, or in any code base that we wanted to track, we would define a code metric for it and then try and make it go down, basically. It also had integrations for like displaying a widget on a code review and like doing some other nifty stuff, but I never really finished that part, and it doesn't quite work as well with like GitHub directly, so I haven't finished that feature anyway. But I could like add like webhooks and a bot and like a bunch of other neat stuff to it, but I haven't worked on it in a while. But this was my first like, actual open source project. I also contributed to some open source stuff at the time, so like Yelp has a test runner that I was working on, that I did some work on, but not that much in 2014 or 2013. 2014, not that much, really. A little bit of work on, 91 commits. That was, that's just in December. I guess 2014 was the first time that I did a lot of open source development. Yeah, but it's been up and to the right since then. Oh, 2014 is when I made pre-commit, so yeah, it was really up and to the right since then. 2015, apparently I did some stuff on PyTest in 2015. Probably more issues than anything else. Oh, in 2015 I took over libsass Python. I didn't take over, I was added to the project. And then 2016... I don't know. It's been up and to the right since then. Oh, I guess you can see the numbers here. That would have made way more sense. Even in 2012 there were a lot of contributions, but this is like right when I started doing more open source work. It was here, I guess. What happened here? May to August? I did nothing? Oh, this is when I started work at Yelp. So I stopped working on personal projects right when I joined Yelp, and then eventually started doing actual open source work here, I guess. But yeah, May 22nd is when I joined Yelp, so right here, I think? Oh wait, no. Why would I join on a Wednesday? Maybe it was May 20th. I don't know. But that's why this is blank. This was a phase where I was like trying to do a commit every day. This was back when GitHub had the streak tracker on the user page, and so like you could know how many days in a row you had committed. But they don't have that anymore. Interestingly enough, I did less contributions on the weekends back then. Almost all of them were during work hours, so I was probably working on something that was needed for work. 2015 I didn't actually do all that much. Nor 2016. This is also like very much like Weekend is been here. I did a lot on June 12th though. 2017. Okay, 2017 is when I really started getting into contributing to stuff. Also when I joined Lyft, so that changes this a lot as well. And 2018. Come on, you can load. Do it. I click the button. Yeah, in 2018 it became an actual problem. And 2019. Anyway, that's how I got started in open source, and that's kind of my trajectory for contributions. Let's see, position. I want to worry about where the cursor is going to be for babi. That's not fine. Right. Thanks for answering. Sorry for derailing the stream. No, it's completely fine. Happy to answer questions. What are we writing? Asks I am the worst dev. I'm writing a text editor against better judgment. This is my text editor so far. It neither edits nor texts, so it's going well so far. Oh, and I can't quit, so that's a thing. Also, I guess I can Control C. Yeah, it's a bit of a party dumpster. It's a bit of a dumpster fire. But it's named after Nano, which is the crappy text editor that I use, but if you shift your hand over once, it's babi, which actually I have babi alias to Nano right now. But that's why it's called that. Have you heard of a wheel? Yes, I have heard of a wheel. You're telling me I'm reinventing the wheel. Yes, I get it. It's a subtle way to say that. Yes, I absolutely am reinventing the wheel. And I don't have a good reason for it either. I just wanted to do it, and so that's why I'm doing it. I think it'll also it'll help me learn curses, which I've always wanted to kind of understand how it works, so that maybe I could make another curses application. But hopefully it'll be a learning experience for me. At least that's my goal. But it almost does things now. It shows the file name that I opened and its own version string. Oh, and the cursor's at the right point. How's the cursor the right point? I hear you, man. I taught myself Perl writing an FTP client. You wrote an FTP client in Perl? I'm so sorry. But yeah, I need to make exiting work. Because right now I keyboard interrupt to quit, which is not what I want to do. Because in Nano, you can use keyboard interrupt to figure out where you are in the file. I don't think that all of this information is actually all that useful, though. This actually reminds me of something funny. Part of Yelp's interview process is a phone screen where they ask a bunch of like quick-fire questions, but the person asking the questions isn't a technical person. It's usually a recruiter. And they just know like the answers. They have like a cheat sheet with answers, and so they just like rattle off all these questions that you should know or whatever. Things like, what is the maximum integer in a 32-bit integer? And it's like, oh well, if it's signed, it's 2 to the 31 minus 1. If it's unsigned, it's 2 to the 32 minus 1. It's like thick questions like that. But one of the questions that I remember that they asked, and I know I got wrong because I just didn't know at the time. I eventually learned. They were like, what can you use to find the number of lines in a file? And the answer they're looking for is WC-L. But the answer that I gave them is you can open the file in Nano and it will display it in the footer. Which is technically right, but not necessarily the right thing. Oh, hey, Jay Schwartz, thank you for the raid. How's it going? What did you work on today? Like, have I seen your channel before? Let's see if I've seen your channel before. How do I? Twitch.tv/jschwartz. Oh, hosting me, of course. Oh, cool, you work on Python stuff. Nice. You were working on open source Python programming too. What a great way to raid then. I'm happy to have you. I'll have to, oh, I was gonna follow your channel so I can check you out later. Oh, not subscribe, follow. But yeah, thank you again for the raid. What's the correct way to do it? Yeah, WC-L. So this is kind of the answer that they were looking for. Grep for new line. Could you do grep count tilde.star? Yeah, apparently that works too. Actually, couldn't you just do grep count dot no dot star though? And not have it be expanded by the shell? Yeah, I guess this works too. But yeah, there's a bunch of ways to answer that question, but mine was definitely wrong, even though it gave the right answer. But they were very much not looking for open the text editor and look at the bottom of the screen and see that it's the number. But it worked. Thanks for the follow. Got to get some food, but I'll be back to see what you're working on. Cool. You'll be very sad when you come back and realize that I'm making a text editor. Okay, so we need to position the cursor. Banana is so much faster to type. Oh, than me making my own text editor? Oh, you mean than WC-L? Yeah. Yeah, Banana is a little bit easier. You don't have to find the dash character way up here and hit the space bar. It's the same number of characters though, I guess. Is it though? Yeah, it's the same number of characters. No, it's one character fewer. So, I guess that's a thing. But yeah, we need to set the cursor position, which is what I was looking at here. Cursor set. This is to set the state. Cursor position. Sets the attributes of num characters at the current cursor position. Update the current position. As soon as I get it. Insert a character string, as many characters as will fit on the line before the character under the cursor. All characters to the right are shifted right, with the rightmost characters on the line being lost. Okay, that's useful to know, because I will need that when you will type words onto the screen. Still doesn't tell me how to change the cursor position. Is it set XY though? There's get XY. I'm just gonna Google it. How to set cursor position cursors. Move. Move the cursor. Okay. So I think on first open, we want to actually we probably just want to set the we want to always set the thing in this loop. Set. Or not move. How do we figure out what the keys are? Oh, here we go. Key underscore something. Break key. Unreliable. Okay. Let's handle these arrows first. Key down, key up, key left, key right. Key down. Let's not call it CH, let's call it key. Curses dot key up. Actually, let's just do... Oh, this is fine. Alright, so the first position is a Y. Position equals... min... position 0 plus 1 and curses dot lines minus 1 and then position 1. And up equals position equals max position 0 minus 1 and 0. Let's just do position Y and position X instead of trying to get cheeky here. Position X equals min. Oh, this is gonna need to wrap, so we'll need to figure out wrapping for this eventually. But let's not do wrapping yet. I just want to be able to move the cursor around. Position... Oh, these are not this anymore. Position X minus 1. I should reorder these just so it's minus plus minus plus. Oh, we lost one. Okay, let's see what that does now. Oh, this is still wrong. W move returned error. I can go up and down now, I just can't go left and right. Oh, probably because there isn't text written into there yet. But this is... Wait, why is... Why does it not let me go to the right? Key right. Position X plus 1 and curses dot calls. Oh, this should be min. Which means this should be max. There we go. Okay, we can navigate around, and if we go over to the edge, we crash. Dang it. -1. Let's go over to the edge again. And that's good. And if we go over to the right, it's good. If we go all the way up, it's good. And we go all the way down, it's good. However, this is supposed to be +1. Nice, I guess we done it. Oops. So, okay, so now we start at the right position. If we press up, we can't go higher than the header, which is good. If we go all the way down, it crashes. Great. This needs to be -2. I wonder if I can write tests for this. Let's see, let's Google that. Writing tests for a curses program. How can I unit test a curses application? Fucking prick. The same way you test a non-curses application. Split out the logic from the user interface, only test the logic. Well, this is user interface, so kind of want to test it, make sure it works. This is actually kind of cool. Why did somebody downvote it? Although I don't know how you would send characters to it. You have to draw a line at some point. Trust other developers to write reliable code. That's so unfortunate. The comment on X's page about easy to use is optimistic rather than realistic. Yeah, ain't that some shit. Probably not what I wanted to see. That sounds like a thing. And I know this guy, he works on Pilot? What does he work on? I think it's Pilot. Hey, what's up? I don't know. Thank you for the follow. It's a clever handle. I like it. No, Hypothesis. That's what it is. Not Pilot. Hypothesis. Well, maybe he also works on Pilot. No, seems like just Hypothesis. Yeah, very much just Hypothesis. Okay, cool. What is this? Is a Python 3 library for testing command line interfaces that make interesting use of the terminal through curses. Uses Pilot though. Oh, is that what it is? How do you know that, Adder? I don't see Pilot. It wouldn't surprise me if he uses Pilot though. Oh, you saw a commit while I was scrolling. I see. I have to click this a few more times though. Oh, something. No, nothing matched. Alright, whatever. I'll take your word for it. I trust you. It is currently, shall we say, lightly documented. This isn't a euphemism for undocumented. No, I trust you. I absolutely trust you. I have no reason not to. The test should work tolerably well. Frequently anticipated questions. Are you serious? A semi-experimental hack, which just happens to be orders of magnitude better than all of the 4 serious mature projects you could be using instead. Oh, he's the original author of Hypothesis. I get it. But who's the... What's his name? Zach. Zach is kind of the person that I think of when I think of Hypothesis nowadays. Huh. TIL? But I guess Zach isn't the main guy. But Zach's great. Met him in person at PodCon. We chatted about some stuff. How big is Nano? You mean like in code size? It's pretty large. Nano git. Actually, do I have a clone already? Nope. There's apparently a currency called Nano. Nano is now part of the Apache CouchDB. Why are there like 50 things called Nano? GNU Nano is the last one on the page. Clone this and see what it looks like. It has no tests, if I remember correctly. So I'm potentially breaking ground on something that's not a thing. It seemed appropriate to name a Selenium-style tool for curses-based applications after a goddess whose domain includes the moon and magic. Does it support Unicode? Please, it's 2015. Next you'll tell me they're writing it in a language that has raw byte sequences as its primary string type. She shouldn't need it and I don't want it. What versions of Tmux does it support? Oh boy. Okay, how does this work? Oh. Okay, this seems cool. I think I'm gonna try and use this. The binary is 245K, yeah. Yeah. So it's pretty good size. But the code size star.c 22,000 lines, which is not bad. Emacs is a freaking 111 megabyte package. Yeah. What is Vim? Vim is 2.8 megs, not including the associated files, I guess. Which is larger. But yeah. We're gonna try and use this thing, even though it said don't use it. And it hasn't seen a commit in 4 years. What could go wrong? Actually, let's clone it and run the tests. That seems like a good place to start. What could go wrong? Python 3.4 was the last thing it targeted. See what happens. But it seems like a solid idea. Test can write Unicode failed. Well, this doesn't look good. 4 years. Is it time to leave an issue titled "Is this project dead?" I didn't even look at the issues. There's no issues ever. There's a patch to fix Tmux 2.6. This is in fact the same error that I'm seeing. And why would this be ASCII? What's up, Joel Kicks? Thank you for the follow. Hopefully your day is going well. Now asks, well, so why are you making an editor? And my answer is, I don't have a good reason. I want to learn curses, and I also want chat to stop making fun of me for using Nano. And so I'm gonna make a text editor. Okay, so this command, tmux-u-L. So this needs to be UT of 8, I guess. Is that fix tests? I'm scratching an itch, essentially, to some extent. Did you build your GNU/nano from source, by the way? I don't think so. I think I just used the binary package for this one. Because it's an old version. The newest version is like 4. Something. And the 4. Something version did a really annoying thing that I really don't like. Oh no, is my server not up? Oh, I'm gonna have to run into the other room and turn on my Mac. I have a Mac that I use as a build server. But it runs the latest version of Nano because that's the only way that Brew works. And I guess I can't show you the feature that they took away that I really like. They took away the code formatter option from Nano, so now there isn't one. Damn, it's annoying. Ha, Apple, you have to pay extra for SSH. Actually, it's surprisingly well supported. But yeah. Anyway, we'll ignore that. Apple, you probably... Oh, no, you read that one. Why would Nano be out of date on Ubuntu? So I run the... I run a stable release, so I run 1804. And the way Ubuntu packages stuff is they freeze a set of packages when they make the release of that version. So like when they... In the 4th month of the 18th year, when they released this, they froze all of the versions of the packages, and then they only allow security fixes and bug fixes into those after that. So any changes upstream won't break the entire distribution. This is different to how like Arch does stuff, where like everything is always a floating version, and you kind of always have the latest version of everything. But that often means that it like breaks when you have incompatibilities and stuff. I like a stable system, so I usually use the LTS releases of Ubuntu, but the non-LTS releases are stable enough to use as like a desktop environment. But no, I stick to LTS, and so I'm okay with slightly old software. Now, I'm usually pretty aggressive about upgrading, so I often like the worst I'll get is like 2 years out of date. And if I want to like backport or forward port packages, which I do sometimes, so like Python 3.8 is not released yet, but I have a package that supplies Python 3.8 that I actually maintain, because this comes from Dead Snakes, which is a PPA that I work on. And I guess there's a couple other packages that I've customized. So if we look, oh yeah. So like I have a forked terminal, and the reason for that is I like tab tearing, which is this feature where you can grab a tab and make a new window. The unfortunate thing is there's a bug in the this version of terminal which causes it to sometimes segfault and crash, and so that's why they turned off tab tearing, but I turned it back on because I want it, because it's nice. And this is, I have a fake version of Python that reports itself as Python 3.10 because lots of software is broken when the minor version number becomes 2 digits, and so I want to figure out those problems before it's a problem, so that's why that exists. I've remembered you have a bot that's pedantic about Linux naming. No, it's just silly. It's a joke. It's not trying to be pedantic. It's mostly being like, ha ha ha, GNU. It's a meme. Ubuntu 1904 has Nano 3.2, which is still fucking old. Yeah, that's pretty old. Is like, let's see, Nano release dates. Of course, I'm getting iPod models. GNU Nano release dates. Wow, it was initially released in 2000. It's stable release 38 days ago. This isn't gonna have that. Homepage. Yeah, here we go. News is probably what I want. Yeah, November of 2018. That's pretty long ago. You would expect that they would have January, February, March, April. They would have this release at least. Tax the rich, pay the teachers. The ability to read from and write to a FIFO has been regained. Why would you want that? The reading of a huge or slow file can be stopped with Control-C. Nice. That's a good one. Yeah, 1904 was released on April 18th. Yeah, but they often spend a bunch of time like freezing packages, and so it wouldn't surprise me if like this didn't make it into the freeze. So, I don't know. It can kind of make sense. I need to reconnect my computer so I can see how old my Nano is on Dingo. Yeah. Wait, Sarcastic Dante, are you on the mailing list for Nano? Is that a thing? Yeah, 4.0 is where they removed the, oops. They removed... Oh, they didn't even mention it. Great. Breaking change, let's not mention it. Or maybe it's 3.0 that they changed it? Removes the formatter command. Yeah, this is where they removed it. Which, like, what the fuck? Why? But I don't know. My editor, Babi, will have a formatter command. Can't take that away from me. But anyway, the pull request just fixes some failing tests. Let's see, what are their patches? Change this to decode. Cool. Let's check out their branch then and use that. Nanoeditor.org/contact. Yeah, I've used their mailing list before. I think this is the one that I... When I realized that they had killed that feature, I was like, what the fuck, mate? Give me my nano back. I don't even know. Search string. Linter support at last. And now they're removing it. Amazing. I don't know. I'm not gonna be able to find it, but... Oh, maybe if I search formatter? No, these are the patches. I don't know, but I did complain about it on the mailing list, and they basically told me to pound sand, so... Oh well. Well, wait, I'll give you your thumbs up when the test passed. Maybe you'll get a thumbs up. Alright, let's try these tests, see how they go. Oh, it wrote the Unicodes. Nice. Okay, now it will give you your update. Shall I just like approve? Right? Yeah? Huh, it's weird that this is different here. WJCIN asks, why virtual machine and nano? I run a VM because I'm more familiar with Windows and I play games sometimes, and I like Linux environments for development. Nano is just because I'm a noob and I don't know how to program, so I use Nano. No, Nano is because I accidentally learned it and now can't unlearn it, and I'm reasonably fast at it, so I continue to use it. Add failing tests for curses H-line and V-line support. What? It's because he's not cool enough to use Ed. Yeah, Ed is the true text editor. Disclaimer, I do not know how computers work. I just work here. I'm no expert. Hey, what's up, WJCIN? Thank you for the follow. Hope your day's going well, even though you're flexing on me about Nano. Demonstrate Unicode encoding problem with Tmux. And Kennard PPC, thank you for the follow. Or it's because this VM doesn't have enough RAM for VS Code. I mean, it definitely has enough RAM because I have lots of RAM. And I have lots of RAM allocated to the VM. But I have run VS Code. I run it sometimes in the VM. Hey, what's up, Vitel9? Thank you for the follow. I just don't like VS Code. Well, I like it. I just... What is this? Oh, I accidentally bookmarked Nano up here. Is that 55 gigs? I'm too low. Oh, it's 64 gigs. It's a little excessive, but it was like... I think it was like $20 more to go from 32 to 64, so I was like, fuck it. Let's do it. And I don't know, it's useful. What was I doing? What was I even doing? Oh, I was trying to get this thing working so that I could try using it. It's future-proofing. Yeah, that's never a good strategy with computers. So I feel like you're just gonna buy a new one in 2 or 3 years anyway. Yeah, Nano the text editor. the crappy text editor. I realized from Googling that there's like 50 different Nanos. You still want to run Chrome in 10 years? Yeah. Granted, I really only use Chrome for streaming. Most of my actual browser usage is in Firefox. But it's convenient for several things while programming here. Alright, what am I doing? How does this Heket thing work? With runner vim as H. Okay. This is cool. Render.print on exit equals true. Awesome. Okay, but this actually seems like what I would want. Like the ability to test my Curses app. Okay, so I'm gonna set up a test suite using this and just like do my current arrow check, I guess, or something. Maybe. Yeah, it was cool, but for now I prefer Sublime Text 3. Yeah, I mean, probably you should prefer something that's not Nano. I'm pretty sure I just have a problem. But, yeah. Close some of these tabs, because there's no reason that I have so many of them open. Oh yeah, here's Babi. With its arrow keys. Oh, I wonder if you get to control the size of the runner. Let's see how it works. Wow, this was source layout before source layout was cool. Some real bravery there. The runner. Okay, you can set width and height. Okay. So, yeah, let's make a little test. Test / arrows test.py. Test edges of screen. Let's see. I'm gonna need a coverage RC from somewhere. Actually, that's not the newest one. What's the newest one? What is the latest project that I created? Probably good. This has a coverage RC. Sure. But we want parallel coverage mode. What am I doing? All your post parallel in dot coverage RC. Let's see. We have different settings here. We need parallel equals true, source equals pwd, data file equals pwd slash coverage. And then how did I configure pwd? Did I set it in talks? Wait, when would this ever be false? I'm probably gonna need the same heck here. Sublime, yeah. I used Sublime once. It was okay, I guess. Ish. Actually, we don't need to install pre-commit there, do we? But I gotta get this guy's fork of this project. Ah, this is kind of obnoxious. And then is it at summer revision? Okay, hopefully that works. This. I wonder if Python remote PDB got released. Python remote. Because we worked on that, but I want to install this because I think it'll be useful to debug stuff. That's not what I wanted. Nice user photo though. No! Everything starts when you start to use packages fully. Oh, you mean Sublime? Yeah. Yeah, it has some nice features. I just like didn't find it better than what I was using at the time, which I think was Eclipse. No, he didn't make a new release since my fixes. So. Oh wait. What? Maybe he did make a release. Simple slash remote PDB. Is that not what this project is called? It's just called remote PDB? Yeah, he did not release. But he put a release date on it. I'm confused. Alright, well, it looks like I have to install this one for master also. I have a test open somewhere, right? Did I not do that? Nope. Test slash... we'll just start with one test file. What could go wrong? Let's see. Tempter.join f.text .write. We're just gonna make a bunch of lines. .join x times, I don't know, 40, and then 40 lines. For range 40. Oh, actually, I think I can do some clever stuff with f strings here. "40 lines of the character X." That is 40 wide. With runner, how does this thing work? Command is *. Cool. babi. Enter bot. Oh, I forgot to wait. Where did that sound come from? I have. Oh, this song just sounds like the Discord notification. That's so annoying. Yeah, Eclipse Sarcastic Dante is the worst. I was the worst. Alright, so we're gonna give it a width of 30 and a height of 30, just so that this is smaller than this file. And then we're gonna open it, I guess. So that'll run Babi. We currently don't have a way to quit Babi, which is fine. Actually, I wonder if we can... I should just like Control X quit it or something, like, because that's what it is in Nano. Let me do that first. Make it so we can quit. Oh, I wonder. Nano. Right, we want a Babi. Yeah, the control and the arrow keys doesn't work yet. So I need to make that a thing. How do I know if control key is held? Keys are referred to by integer constants. Up to 64 function keys are supported? Wow. Oh, interesting. Key enter or send, unreliable. What does that mean? Shifted cancel. What is this? How to detect control plus character curses. For normal keys, you'll get uppercases. For special keys, you will see that the code generated when shift is selected is actually key S left. No such luck for up and down, which seems unfazed by shift. For alt, what's not trapped by X or the window manager, keyname will convert the key to an M ... something. For control, you'll get a caret preceded by the actual key name. Okay. Maybe I should just, like, if it's unknown, we'll print a status? Something? Well, because, like, in Nano, if you... if you do control and then... some... I'm trying to get some character combination that does nothing. Control J. Yeah, you'll get like an unbound key. What's wrong with Stack Overflow, Vitel? I mean, there's a lot wrong with Stack Overflow, but what's your particular problem with Stack Overflow? Music stop again? Come on, YouTube. Why you gotta do me like this? If status, otherwise. So like if we have a status, we'll want to write a little status bar down at the bottom. Otherwise, we will clear the bottom, I guess. Is there like a clear versus clear, or do I just write a bunch of spaces? Filter. Like erase, because of the whole window to be repainted. Erase care. No. Erase from cursor to the end of the window. That sounds like what I want, kind of. Why is it called babi? Yeah, if you shift your right hand, which is a common typo that I have with Nano. Yeah, it's not a great name, and I'll probably change it at some point, but that's what it is for now. Okay, so I think I need to... That's not what I want, I don't think. I think I just write a bunch of spaces. Maybe. Oh, that's annoying. Update lines calls, useful for detecting manual screen resize. I didn't even try that. What happens if I, unknown key. What happens if I change the size of the window? And then can I go off screen? It crashes. Okay. So I need to capture window change. Sig winch, yeah. Resize the standard and current windows to the specified dimensions and adjust the bookkeeping data used by the cursors. What? Okay, I'm not gonna worry about window change size yet, because I think that's another rabbit hole. But what was I doing? I wanted unknown keys to do something by making a status. is it? Curses dot lines -1 0, and then space times curses dot calls -1, maybe. I think we want to run this anyway, and then because that'll always blank the line, and then after it we want to write our centered text, but probably with extra spaces around it. Curses.calls integer divide by, oh wait, minus length of status, integer divide by 2. We'll get our offset. Then string, and then the color. What's up to do, Chaos David? I'm working on a really crappy text editor that doesn't edit text currently. This is what it does so far. There's a color test, which does nothing. And then there's this, which opens a text editor, and you can use the arrow keys to navigate around. I'm slowly implementing baby steps in this thing, but it does something so far. And if the feature I just added works, which it doesn't. Yeah, the idea is to be like Vim or Nano. But it doesn't work for some oh. Is this what we want? Oh shit! We have a status now. Are there any planned major differences? I don't know. Like I think I want it to have like some subset of Nano, but also like cool things that I would want. Like code formatters and like better syntax control and like maybe even tab complete or other fancy stuff like that, or maybe a plugin system. I don't know. I mostly just want to make it work and then see where it goes from there. So X is 120, but Control X is 24. Oops, didn't want to do that. Control A is 1. Oops. I broke it. How did I break it though? Huh. What's up with the test on the right? Oh, I haven't written it yet. I was trying to make a way to gracefully quit babi so that I could write that test. But the plan for the test is to like press the up arrow 40 times, then press the down arrow 40 times, then press the right arrow 40 times, and make sure that it like stays in bounds, because that was the logic that I just wrote without crashing. Yeah, at least that's what I want to do. But I don't like. I want to make Control X exit, but I don't know how to get this code from a constant. I guess I could look at all of the curses keys. K for K enter curses if getter K. Oh, if K dot starts with key and curses equals 24. Nothing. Metalstorm says X fail with 41. Oh, you mean like I pressed too many characters? Basically what I wanted to protect against is I had a bug and I want to be able to write tests for it. So this is the bug that I had before. I say this is, instead of -2, it's -1. And then I were to run babi and I go all the way down to the bottom, it crashes as I press down too many times. So I want to basically validate that that still works, but do it automatically. But in order to do that, I need a way to actually kill it, because right now I'm just quitting it with Control-C, which is not quite what I want. But I don't know how to get the code that I want. Curses Control plus letter. Oh, there's a key name. What is key name? Ooh. Returns the name of the key numbered K as a bytes object. The name of a key generating printable ASCII character is the keys character. The name of the control key is a 2-byte bytes object consisting of a caret followed by the printable ASCII character. Sorry, I was just wondering if I could make this into a constant. I wonder, actually, let's figure out, like, I assume this is just 0. It's just gonna return back 0. Actually, I could just try it. What happens if I do this? Yeah, that works. So get rid of the o-ring there. And do you fit on one line now? Hey. Is there an opposite of key name? Take a key value C8 to return true if the terminal recognizes the key. No. I mean, I could always convert it to the name and then compare it against the name, but that seems not what I want to do. Actually, that approach doesn't work. What? Long story short, you cannot. The modifier keys are just that, modifiers. They do not exist in their own right. They modify some other printing character. Okay. If you are feeling especially brave, you can try this dude's library. Great. Even braver. At least for control modifier, there's a simple solution. Cursives has been derived from VI source code in which you find the following. Control of a character is the character ANDed with 37. So what is 37 in binary? Wouldn't that make a bunch of the character codes the same? Oh, that's a good VI emoji. Hello, Sars TV says, hi, just joined. What are you trying to achieve? I'm writing a really crappy text editor, despite better judgment. This is what it does so far. It prints some colors, and if you run it on a file, it produces a header, and you can use the arrow keys to navigate. And that's it. That's all it does so far. And it doesn't even have a way to quit. So there's no quitting yet. It does produce this little status bar when you type something that's unknown. But, yeah. That's all it does so far. You can quit it by Control-C right now. But I don't think that's what I'll eventually have. I didn't try this out, but it would be nice to see why this was downvoted. Probably because it doesn't fucking work. It very much does not work. Because this... Oh, this is Octal 37. Maybe that's different? Oops. Octal 37 in binary. Okay, so it's just ending the bottom bytes. So... word. Ended with Octal 37. Gives us 1. So despite this thing being like, you're wrong, I think it's actually right. I wonder if there's a constant in curses that has that. Nope. So, no idea where that comes from. Yeah, I don't know why it's downvoted, because it seems right. But maybe I should just use key name. That seems to be the consistent way. Hey, what's up, Hunger Thought? Thank you for the follow. I am actually kind of hungry right now, so your name is quite appropriate. I'm having thoughts of food. Oh man, food sounds so good right now. Pizza sounds so good right now. But instead, I will be writing code. Okay, we'll just use key name, even though I feel like it's not the right way to do this. You just had pizza, Mindful Fox? Oh, I'm so jelly. Name equals curses dot key name. Left key is equal to Control X. Then we return. Actually, how long does the status stay up for? Does it eventually fade away? Mindful Fox has resubscribed. Thank you for the subscription. 5 months in a row now. And, oh wait, 4 or 5 months. Wow. That's a lot of months, my dude. Pizza's on me. Cool. Thank you. Okay, so the status does eventually go away. I think it's on a timer, so I think we'll do the same thing. Have you tried Space Emacs? What's up, JL? I have tried Emacs. I don't know what Space Emacs is. Space Emacs. Community-driven Emacs distribution. The best editor is neither Emacs nor Vim. It's Emacs and Vim. Oh boy. It looks nice. But no, I haven't tried it. I don't want to learn Emacs. Yeah, hybrid, yeah. Okay, so I think I'm gonna make it so the status disappears eventually, which is how Nano works. Which seems like a good idea. If status time is not none, and time.time is greater than status time plus third. Well, let's just do 1 second for now, or 5 seconds for now. And I can write tests for this too, which will be cool. Emacs plus Vim plus Nano equals babi. Yeah, that's what it'll eventually be. Status equals empty string. Actually, we can probably just do none. Oh, then I have to change the type above. Whatever. Status time equals... Actually, we could probably just make a set status. Actually an optional string. Dang it. Okay. Vinny, you mo Abby. Yeah. Indentation is not a multiple of 4. Contents is assigned to but never used. Sure. Undefined name time. Yeah, we'll need that. Oh, I realize now what someone was telling me earlier in the stream that just completely whooshed. They were like, what if the file doesn't exist? This will crash currently. I'll make that work eventually, somehow. Okay, key name is assigned to, oh yeah, this should have been key name down here. Okay, so we should be able to set the status now. Python 3 babi. So we should be able to set the status, and then after 5 seconds, it should go away. Cool, it works. But it only goes away when you press a key. So it's 5 seconds have elapsed so far, but until I press the right arrow key, it's not going to disappear. And is Control X quit? Damn it. Just gonna not capitalize things. Oh, they're a byte string. I see. I see. So now I can quit babi. Yay. Okay, so now I can write that test that I want to do. Captain Vanko asks, what are you working on at the moment? I'm writing a... I'm writing a crappy text editor, for not a good reason. Here's my like mini demo. Here's the color test, and that one you quit by pressing enter, or any key, I think. But this is the text editor, and all I've implemented so far is the arrow key to move this cursor around, the little header that you see at the top, this status thing that tells you when you have an unknown key, which actually I should probably make this look less crap. Actually, what happens if you put like a Unicode snowman in there? What? Meta Control C. Oh, I did paste. I did Control Shift V. That's Control V. Shift V. What happens if you, oh, if I paste? That's weird. What is it doing? I don't know. Shift Insert? Oh yeah, let me try that. Shift Insert. Nope. Shift Insert also runs whatever this Meta Control C is. I wonder if I copy a character that's not wacky, does that do it? Oh no, it's like trying to put the byte codes in there, maybe? Let's see, Python 3. X83 is the last byte. I think it's just kind of nonsense. It's like failing at Unicode somehow. I can have it print. Problem with printing is it mucks up the output. So we have to do what position? I'm just tagging this together. I should really use the debugger. That would make sense. Oh, we get 3 sequences. 226, 152, 131. Which are in fact the bytes that we receive. Wait, OX98 is what we want. And then OX83. Okay. So sometimes we will just get like complete nonsense out of these when pasting Unicode. I don't know. We'll figure out Unicode some other time. We'll get rid of this. But we will need to figure out Unicode. I just don't know what the right way to do that is. But my guess is that the key name is just bogus there, and that curses is just telling us some random stuff. But anyway, it now quits. So let's get back to that test that I was gonna write. Cool. That's how you send special characters, I guess. What kind of features are you gonna have? I don't even know yet. I am just gonna try and make it exist and then see what I want and what seems good. Is it gonna be like Vim? I don't know. I don't know yet. It will probably be more like Nano than anything else if I had to guess. But I will probably add like cool things like, I don't know, escape commands and stuff like that. You'll probably be able to quit it like Vim also. That way, if somebody somehow stumbles upon it, can quit. Are you going to include a JavaScript debugger? I might include a Python debugger, but I don't think I'll include a JavaScript debugger. Kappa, okay. You're just messing with me. I got you. We're gonna need themes and a power mode extension. Yeah, there will probably be themes because we'll be able to color it and stuff. Here were the tests. I like this thing though. This, well, assuming it works. You get to see that it actually is helpful. I keep clicking on the wrong thing. I want the tests. There you go. Weight text. We'll do. We'll also have babi. Oh. We'll call this run instead of babi. Is it version stir? Do they not have, like, press arrow key? Oh, it's not that file. Hey, what's up, Amelia7? Thank you for the follow. Your day's going well. And oh boy, here we go. 4688 underscore OX00000000. Thank you for the follow. I wonder what that. I mean, a bunch of zeros is probably a null, but I wonder what the constant comes from. Where's this function even defined? tmux.sendKey. New process window event. Nice. Nice. In Windows. Cool. OX000 is untrusted. Nice. Untrusted start process. tmux send keys arrow. Oh look, someone else wants exactly what I want. Oh, here we go. Here's a list of keys. Following commands are supported in copy mode. Well, I don't think that's what I want either. Do you use a G710 Plus? G710 Plus. No, I do not. The keyboard I have, there's a command for it, actually. Bang keyboard will tell you. I didn't say pound keyboard, I said bang keyboard. I got it right this time. But no, I received this keyboard from a Twitch chatter. We met up and chatted in the park, and he seems like a really nice guy. We grabbed coffee and talked about open source and burning out on tech and the usual stuff that happens. I don't know what the key name is. Yeah, the keyboard is pretty nice. I like how it feels. I have cherry clears on it, so they're not too loud, but they're also they have good tactile feel. calling Octothorpe a pound symbol is wrong. Calling bang a pound symbol is very wrong. Yes, you're right. I'll make sure to call it Octothorpe every time. Just jumping in here, what are you working on? I'm making a crappy text editor. I should just I really need to get better at FAQing stuff. But the text editor currently does two things. One of them is this color test here, which just does that and quits. And then it's a text editor, but it doesn't edit the text. But the arrow keys are implemented, and the status bar up at the top is implemented, or the title bar, and then a status bar at the bottom is partially implemented. I find it weird there's some keys that just don't send a character. Maybe I need a new chord? Oh, that backgrounded. But anyway, that's what's implemented so far, and quitting is implemented, so you can quit my text editor with Control X. But that's all I've done so far. I'm right now working on trying to test the text editor. So did that type down? Guess I can try it by running babi. So I should be able to send a key from here. The only problem is I don't know whether it puts down or not. I guess I can put it up at the top and then send down. Okay, so down works. Does up work? Up works. How about left? Well, I won't actually know. We'll do right first. I assume it works because up and down works. Okay. Okay. So the test that we want to do is h dot, what was it? I forgot what that call is. H dot press. Right. I guess first, like, make sure we don't go off the left of the screen, off the top left of the screen. Of the screen. And then we want to quit, which will just be h dot send cx, I think. So we can try that, because we can do tmux send keys cx, and that quit babi. Cool. So now we're going to try our test after all of this. No setup.py found. Indeed, we are not. We are not a project yet. We're also definitely not supporting Python 2 or Python 3.5. This should have been press. What's up, Zek D? Thank you for the follow. I thought it said ZK for a second. I was like, wait a minute. No, that's not how that works. Await exit. That's what I want. That's pretty cool. So I have a test harness now. How did 29 not get called? Oh, because I never called the color stuff. Cool. 33. Is this color function? Yeah, 46. Is this should have been called. Why didn't this get called? That one makes sense. 80 should have gotten called. 92 should have gotten called. Okay, maybe we don't have a test harness. Because none of this seems to be getting called. Oh, I know why. We didn't do the auto use fixture. Actually, I don't think I need this. I can just sys.executable-m coverage run -m babi. I think. Maybe? Any Emacs users here? I'm sure there is one. Wait, someone else was suggesting Emacs earlier. Who was it? Jay, do you use Emacs? Okay, so that works. I use Vim, okay. Plopcon Cop. Man, your name's hard to say. Says, what's up? How are you doing? I checked out your Anthony Red's Code channel here on Twitch. Well, yeah, that's where you're at right now. Welcome to the channel. I'm about to design BRB offline screen for my channel. I kind of have one already. But if you want to design one for me, I mean, go for it, my dude. I feel like you're a bot. now that I see your text, it looks very much like substitution bot text. So weird bot text though. How do I... This is 100% a bot, yeah, let's see. Account created 1st of June. 3 messages. How do I report this one? There we go, reports. Bam. Next. I think this is a bot account. Next. Could you tell us more detail about the issue? Oh dang it, I should have copy-pasted the text. Alright, let me copy-paste the text first. Yeah, it definitely sounds like a bot. You guys are totally right. Port. Bam. This is why I need moderators. No, I don't need moderators. There's like 2 of us. Here's the spam content from their text. Feel free to look at the video from the stream this is being recorded from at about the 6-hour, 12-minute mark. Submit report. Cool. Alright, well, we'll just ignore the bot. Okay, this is better now, right? What was the coverage before? 30%? Now we're at 60%. Now we actually have coverage to look at. Okay, so 33 is not being hit. Cool. 49. I've been getting those in my channel for a solid month now. Twitch is actively cracking down. Yeah, I doubt it. That's unfortunate. It kind of like is hard to prevent to some extent because Twitch enables bots. Because it's essentially just IRC. And a lot of the bots are like good bots, but this one is apparently a bad bot. That's not getting... Wait. 49 to 52. Oh, so it's starting up a TMUX that doesn't support colors. Interesting. Hey, what's up, David3 Chorvath? How's your Saturday going? I'm sorry, I'm leaning like super in because it's blue text on black background. I can't read it, but I got it. Got it in the end. Pretty good. That's good. I'm doing pretty good too. I'm a little bit tired. I was out late last night. Why don't we have color support? Doing security for Twitch would be cool. I think you would be able to work on a bunch of like kind of neat problems around like identifying human behavior versus identifying bot behavior, and like understanding a lot of the nuances of that. I think that would be pretty neat. 2 a.m. there. Oh, so you are in, what is that? +7 from me? No, +9 from me. And so you're in GMT 0. So European. Yeah, England would have been my first guess, but it's a whole like slice that it could be. GMT +2. Do I not know how to count? Is California not -9? Oh no, there's no way it's -9. -7, right? What time zone is it in California? Man, I hate time zones. -7. Okay, that makes more sense. +2. Slovakia. Nice. Near Poland, yeah. Well, welcome from Slovakia. What was I doing? What line is this? 56. Okay, that makes sense because we haven't run the color test. A2 is when we modify the file. We haven't implemented that yet. 94 is when we see the status codes. We could write a test for this now. Def test unknown command. I think every single one of these is going to need the same startup sequence, so I'm going to just put that into this function here where we wait for the version string. Actually, I wonder what happens with this file name. I wonder how that shows up. Who knows? I guess I could try it. Actually, I bet I could attach to the tmux session while this happens. That would be cool. We'll do this in a second. H dot tmux. Do you have, oh, you have a name, okay. Tmux dash L this. Nope. What are all these things? Oh, just a bunch of files. Yeah, we can delete all those. Huh. There's a lot of tmux sockets here. tmux dash s temp tmux this. It didn't work. Why didn't it work? Oh, I want tmux this and then attach. There we go. It attached and then crashed. Because I don't have winch implemented or whatever. Window change size. Let's see. +3 here. I'm actually now coding in Python, but in school, which starts soon. They want C++. Should I go on with both, or just forget about Python? I would learn both. Like, obviously, like, prioritize whatever you need for school first, probably. But, like, Python's a good programming language. C++ is a good programming language. The thing about programming languages is as soon as you learn one, it's pretty easy to just pick up another one. Like... You know, like I started with a very, very crappy programming language, which was Visual Basic, but now I know a bunch of other ones, and it's mostly not so bad to transition between a few. Python and C++ very well compound each other. Yeah, I mean they have kind of different approaches to a lot of things, and like learning both of them can make you better at the other, in my opinion. I kind of want to be able to attach to it, but I don't know how to do that. Or just write everything in C++ because you can. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of like sciencey stuff that's been happening in Python, so that's another thing to consider if that's what you want to get into, with like AI and TensorFlow and all that other shenanigans. Although there's tensor implementations in other languages as well. Alright, what was I doing? I wanted to look at the process while it started, I think. Actually, I think I can just simulate this by making a really, really small window and a really, really long file path. Ooh. Oh right, the file has to actually exist. Let's do temp/foo and then touch that and then run it. That clearly worked exactly how I wanted it to. So we'll probably need to shorten file names somehow. So let's do that. Let's figure out how to shorten file names, because that seems like something that's easy to do. Test shorten file name. File name length and expected. So let's do just like f.py, and then the length is 3, and then that should just be f.py. Do we ever allow a length less than 1? Maybe. So Unicode, I probably want the Unicode ellipsis character. Ellip, thanks. Horizontal ellipsis. Okay. Oh, this is confusing the heck out of me. Let me put this over here again. Oh, I'm in tmux, wow. How have I not quit Tmux yet? So if it's length 1, we'll just turn it into a dot. Actually, I think we can't allow it to be less than 3 because we need to know whether it's modified or not, maybe. Do you know about Siemens Healthineers? They're coding for all hospital machines and all over the world, and most of the code is written in Slovakia. Interesting. Didn't know that's where that came from. I go back and forth on whether I think HTML is considered code, because at some level it is like textual representation of something that is interpreted by a machine. So like it could be code. But I don't know. I once wanted to, well, I never finished it, but I was gonna write a web framework where the backing language was C++, or sorry, not C++, CSS, and then write like a CSS Lisp interpreter and build a web app out of it, but I never finished it. The entire idea was to bait Hacker News, basically. What happens in Nano when you make the window real small? I did Nano in the same way. Nano just puts some dots there. Oh, it prefers the file name over the version information. Interesting. I'll probably take the same approach. But they use periods, I'm gonna use some Unicode. What could go wrong? That's cool. Okay, I guess I'll make the same thing happen. How small can you go? The terminal doesn't let me make the window smaller than 27 wide. It just kind of like sits there and wiggles. Yeah, you're right, Linz. It doesn't really matter whether HTML is considered a programming language or not. It just sometimes can be fun to be pedantic, I guess. But then you wouldn't call Python just a programming language. Yeah, I mean, it's a... Yeah, fair. So if it's length 2... Oh, this should be length 4. Not a super useful file name there. Interpreted high-level general-purpose programming language. Yeah. Wait a minute. Yeah, 4, we get that. Oh, that doesn't fit into 6 characters. Oh, I don't even want to think about this. Maybe I should just cheat like Nano does. Hey, what's up? Punk is really dead. Thank you for the follow. I mean, is Punk really dead? I still listen to crappy punk. Well, mostly pop punk. It's my go-to. It's my go-to music choice. Any idea why? Oh, this patch that we worked on earlier is failing CI. Let's check on that. You forgot cross-platform. Wikipedia forgot it. You just stole it. Nice. Why is CI failing? Probably because I didn't actually run the test suite. Python 2.7 on Windows got cancelled because it took an hour to do what? To try and run talks. What test did it get hung up on? I don't think we even know. Terminate batch job, yes, no. What the fuck happened here? What? What language is this? Is that PowerShell? Yeah, it must be PowerShell. Wild. Don't know what happened there. Take two. Oh, he's running a separate build here. Seems to have worked. Anyway, not actually something I can fix there. Any idea what's the best Python pages you know in the web? I mean, for like learning Python, I like to send people to learnpython.org, even though it has some problematic portions. There was another one that was suggested somewhere else, but I don't remember what the other one was. But most of what I get from learning is by Googling Python 3 and then module name. Like if I want the curses module, I do Python 3 curses, for instance. I've just decided that I don't want to do this file name shortening right now. I'll do that some other time. Oh, you were talking about PowerShell. Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense. Alright, I'm just going to add a little bit of test coverage and then call this good. Actually, I wonder why color is not supported in this thing. That's not the file that I want. It's this file. Maybe it's this file. What is new session dash D? Tmux new session help. New session. Where is dash D come from? Is that detach? If dash D is specified. No. D is dimensions. Okay. I wonder if we can make it work in color somehow. Because right now it's skipping all of the color code. And I kinda want it to hit this line here, 49. What if we do set env? Term equals, what is my current terminal? X term 256 color. Does that change how it works? No, it does not. I don't know how to make it color. We'll just ignore that then. We can run the color test though. So we should expect to see some of these strings. Actually, I don't think I should test the color test because eventually I'm just gonna delete this code, so nah. But do I want to do anything else today? I should probably wind down the stream because it's been 6.5 hours and I am super hungry and I'm starting to lose focus, so probably gonna wrap up here, but got some cool stuff working, got a test suite running, which I didn't expect to. And we did some small patches at the beginning, but catch up on chat and then wind down from here. Just ignore Python for a few years and work through concrete mathematics and then all of the art of computer programming. Yeah, that's probably not the best advice. But it's good. That's why you added a kappa or a kipo in the end. Yeah, if you missed any part of the stream and you want to either rewatch or catch up on past streams, I put them up on YouTube at youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode, the same as my Twitch handle. So if you want to check out the previous videos there, that's where they're at. There was some pretty good ones a little ways back about like Python 3.8 and stuff, and doing some like packaging and stuff. And if you want to see like how I write tests for other things that I work on, there's other stuff in there. I also usually stream on a schedule, although today was a little different because I wanted to just try starting earlier for the EU crowd. So usually I stream on Saturdays at 1 p.m, but today I did it at 11 p.m, and maybe I'll try that again next week. But I also announced my streams on Discord. So if we go to Discord, there's a channel you can do bang Discord to get the link to the channel, or it's in the description below. But we hang out here. I announced the streams here, and people are joining. But where's the wave? But yeah, this is where we talk about programming and stuff, and it's kind of a nice little community that we're building up. But I announce the streams in there and also like talk about code and often open source stuff and like give people easy ways to contribute and that sort of thing. So this is kind of a cool place to hang out. I also announced my streams on Twitter. My Twitter handle is different than my Twitch because reasons. So my Twitter is twitter.com/codewithanthony. I usually just announce my streams there as well. Is that all? I think that's all. So I'm gonna go find someone to raid and then take it from there.